Good. 50-50.
At Turner Field in Atlanta, Georgia, the New York Mets play the Atlanta Braves. Friday Night Baseball is New York Mets baseball on SNY is brought to you by Jeep, now celebrating its 75th anniversary, a lifetime of freedom and a world of adventure. Get to Citi Field for the first Free Shirt Friday of 2016, April 29th, when the Mets face off against the Giants at 7:10 p.m. All fans in attendance will receive a 2015 National League Champs t-shirt, courtesy of 1-800-Flowers.com. For tickets, visit Mets.com/Free Shirt Fridays. Closed captioning for Mets baseball brought to you by Sideline. It's the Mets and the Braves meeting for the first time this year. Get your face painted and get ready to go. First pitch from Atlanta coming right up. Bud Norris set to make his fourth start for his new team, hoping this year goes better than last year. It's been a rough start to the season, though, for Norris, who will face the Mets tonight. Here's your Geico Mets starting lineup, and it looks very much like the lineup Terry Collins has been running out there every day, and why not? The way the Mets have been hitting for power over the last 6 games. Mets are 4-2 on this road trip, and the same unit out there tonight to face Norris.
And there's Bud Norris, 31 years old, right-hander, 215 pounds, 6 feet tall. Lifetime 57 and 70. Gary, we really liked him when he came up with Houston back in 2009. Went 6-3 in his rookie year. I said 15 wins 2 years ago in Baltimore, but last year it just really fell apart. Was 3-11, and you'll look at the defense for the Braves, brought to you by Coors Light. Nick Markakis off to another great start out there in right field. He's one of 3 players that have played in every game thus far. Freddie Freeman's the other one at first base, and Adonis Garcia at third base. And Brzezinski just keeps on hanging in there and playing well. He's behind the plate.
Curtis Granderson leads things off. Curtis has shown signs of life the last few games. Norris's first pitch is up and away, and we're underway at Turner Field. Granderson 3 for 8 with a double and a homer in the last 2 games.
Both pitchers today, starting pitchers, have similar statistics in their first 3 starts. Although Bud Norris's ERA is astounding 6.23. He's been getting beat up. 22 hits in 17 and a third innings.
Well, you can't have much worse of a year than Norris had last year for Baltimore and then later San Diego. Granderson grounds one toward the middle, and the Mets have a leadoff hit. And the Mets scored in the first inning of each of their first 5 games on this road trip before being blanked in the first inning on Wednesday.
Well, the other teams the Mets have been playing, this have been a ground ball right where the shift would have been on Granderson, but the Braves don't play the big shift on Curtis, and he gets a nice little linear up the middle, gets his night started out in the right foot.
It'll be interesting to see if they make an adjustment after that base hit, because you're right, most teams do play that full shift against Granderson. Here's David Wright. David, who had a very rough day in the Mets last game Wednesday, went 0 for 6 with 4 strikeouts. Had his 21 game on base streak snap that dated back to last year.
Yeah, it's one of those days you want to forget. And actually, the 2 and 3 hitters yesterday was Conforto and Wright, went 0 for 11 with 7 strikeouts.
And David takes a knee-high fastball for a strike. Norris last year began the year in Baltimore in their rotation, was released, picked up by San Diego, pitched out of the bullpen there, but 3 and 11, 6.72, a year to forget, and signed a 1-year deal with the Braves for $2.5 million to be basically a rotation filler before some of their bright young pitching prospects are ready to pitch in the major leagues.
It just shows where the salary scale has gone in this game, Gare.
Well, the average salary now is around $4 million. So, for a veteran pitcher to sign a 1-year deal at $2.5 million, it's kind of a come down for him.
It'd be like maybe 100,000 back in the 80s. You never know. Shoot.
Norris now 31 years old. 6 career starts against the Mets. His lone victory against the Mets came as an Astro back in 2010. But as Keith said, we saw him pitch a number of very good games against the Mets when the Astros were in the National League.
Power pitcher in his day.
Just an interesting start to the year for David, hasn't it? He's had some games to remember, and he's had some games to forget. Michael Conforto on deck. And you wonder how much of that is attached to how he feels physically day to day, and how much of that is just the normal ups and downs of a season. Slider in the dirt from Norris, 1-2.
Well, the Mets offense just really kind of feasted on outside of yesterday, but they still scored 4 runs. But they just left a ton of men on base. The 12 men left on base the other day. The rubber match, the final match, I should say, they had won the first 2.
Close play, and Granderson gets back.
But Philadelphia, I tell you, Gary, if I'd have played in Philadelphia, I would, for a full season, 81 home games, I'd have hit 25 home runs a year there.
Well, you'd probably get 10 a year there just hitting fly balls to left field.
Line drives go out.
Well, excuse me. Line drives to left field.
Right. Líneas in Espanol. That'll come out with dry cleaning gear. Sorry about that. I inked Gary's shirt.
It's the danger of working with a lefty.
Len, it's your job. Take it to the cleaners and get it done.
Yeah. That really works for you. 2-2 to Wright with Conforto on deck. And David takes up an in, full count after Norris got ahead of him 2 strikes. David's been drawing a lot of walks. He's also been striking out a lot. 9 walks, 19 strikeouts, with fewer than 50 official at bats under his belt. And that's really what the entire Mets team has done. 134 strikeouts for the Mets offense in the first 14 games. They're in the top 5 in the league in striking out, but that goes with the home runs. Mets now have hit 21 home runs, tied for 3rd in the league after a slow start. Granderson does not run, and David lifts one to right. Long run for Markakis, and he'll get there. And that's the first out of the night.
And this is a 7:35 start on Friday nights, always in Atlanta, and it could be a tough sky for the outfielders here at dusk.
We've talked about this many times, the fact there are no lights in the outfield. All the lights are in foul territory between the foul poles at Turner Field. So there's a portion of the early evening when it always seems to be difficult for the outfielders to see. Here's Conforto, who also had a rough game on Wednesday, went 0 for 5 with 3 strikeouts. And unlike Granderson, they do put the full shift on against Conforto. And Michael lines one up the middle for a base hit. First pitch swinging. Conforto got a fastball. Granderson pulls in at second, and the Mets have 2 men on.
Well, Conforto here had a tough day yesterday with the 3 strikeouts. This is good to see right here. I like him working up the middle. They've been pitching him, Gary, very tough. A lot of breaking stuff, and then they go after him inside with 2 strikes. I'm not worried about that. It's all the learning process for this young hitter here. He's going to be fine.
So here is Cespedes. Yoenis has an extra base hit in 6 straight games on this trip. That's the longest extra base streak of his career, including 4 home runs on the road trip. Granderson at second, Conforto at first, and 1 out. And Cespedes takes a first pitch strike.
Well, don't throw hanging breaking balls to Cespedes.
He's got 5 home runs this year. Not a single one has come on a fastball. He's been getting curveballs to hit, and he has hit laser beams out of the ballpark. And a turn by Norris, but the second baseman Castro was not covered. Cespedes on a raging hot streak right now. 2 doubles, 4 homers, 10 RBIs in these last 6 games. Remember, he DH'd the 3 games in Cleveland because his leg was banged up, but has had no problem since moving back to the outfield in Philly. And Norris gets ahead of him 0-2. Cespedes and Lucas Duda went back-to-back on Wednesday. Mets have hit back-to-back home runs in 3 straight games for the first time in their 55-year history.
Well, it's not an easy thing to do.
So there you go. Oh, 2 to Cespedes, and he gets him with a high fastball. Norris has his first strikeout, and that's the second out of the inning.
Well, Norris has had success with his heater. Got David Wright on fastballs. He hasn't got his breaking stuff over yet. But a lot of times pitchers just don't have faith in their fastball. They forget that sets up everything else.
So 2 out and 2 on. Here's Duda, who homered in all 3 games in the series in Philadelphia.
Well, I so much like Cespedes, Gary, in the cleanup spot, which was enabled, of course, with Conforto going in the 3-hole. And I like Lucas down in the 5-hole. I think it lengthens the lineup down there, and with Walker off was to such a terrific start. And even Cabrera is hitting over 300. I mean, it's a good, solid lineup.
Yeah, the only guy who really has struggled is d'Arnaud, and he's shown good signs the last couple of days.
And Granderson is kind of slowly awakening.
Ball and a strike to Duda. Norris throwing a little harder than he had coming into this start. He was averaging 92.3 on his fastball, and he's been throwing mostly 93, 94 here in the first inning. Full shift on against Duda with the shortstop hole open. Lucas has had his share of hits the other way. He had a pair of them on Wednesday.
Well, Lucas, surprisingly, only 2 walks so far this year, Gary.
That is surprising, isn't it?
Yes, usually Lucas is one of those guys that's obsessed.
Well, we've seen him be a little more aggressive early in counts this year, and that's a good thing. Bounces that one into the shift. Freeman goes wide to get it. Norris gets over to cover. Side retired. So the Mets get a couple of hits, but failed to score against Norris. And Matt Harvey takes the mound when we come back. starting lineup. Daniel Castro's come up from the minor leagues and gotten 4 starts at second base and done well. Former Met Kelly Johnson's going to get a game in left field tonight. Malik Smith has come up from the minors with Ender Inciarte on the DL. It's kind of a patchwork lineup around Freddie Freeman that Matt Harvey will face.
Well, nothing would please the Mets more than for Harvey to pull a Steven Matz, who had the bad start in his first outing. Harvey off to the worst start of his career, 0-3. Boy, the Mets could sure use him to find it and turn it around.
Nick Markakis will lead it off. Markakis off to a good start, hitting .302. They've recently put him up in the leadoff spot. Markakis had that odd year last year. He hit .296, but only 3 home runs all season after he had off-season neck surgery. And they're hoping some of his power can return this year. Has yet to hit his first home run this year, but then he's got plenty of company there. The Braves have hit just 3 home runs in their first 15 games. Jeff Kellogg got clocked with that foul ball, and so Travis d'Arnaud will give him a moment.
Up and in, but you see that d'Arnaud was set up away, so he missed on the other side of the corner.
There you see the crew tonight. Jeff Kellogg, the crew chief, Alan Porter, John Tempain, Lance Barksdale. Matt's been good early in games. In fact, his last start in Cleveland, he retired the first 13 batters, struck out the side in the first inning. So what he's done early in games has not been an indication of how his night would necessarily go.
Do you recall him following through like he is, Gary, after the pitch, kind of upright in the middle of the mound? Like he's not really coming through. Do you recall?
That's what Ronnie always talks about, with that hip raise he has at the end of his delivery, which is very unusual.
I just remember him following through a little bit more towards the first base line, and it's more like he's trying to control pitches better. It's his first changeup that he missed up high. So Markakis is, he's a nice little ball player. He's off to a nice start, hitting .302. Also hitting, he's 8 for 14 with men in scoring position.
3-2 from Harvey, and he struck him out with a fastball. 95 from Matt, and he fans the first man to face him tonight.
Well, this had a lot of plate, Garrett, and it's belt high, right down the middle. He just had a good cut. It got under, and here's the motion. And they're talking about the back leg collapsing in the stretch, but I don't have the expertise, folks, on mechanics of pitchers. I'm not going to sit up here and pretend like, oh, you know, he's doing this, he's doing that. I can do it with a hitter. That's Ronnie's field. Unfortunately, Ronnie's took a break.
Daniel Castro waves at the slider, a ball and a strike. Well, again, Matt will not be measured tonight for what he does in the early innings, although the Mets certainly hope he can get off to a similarly fast start. He'll be measured by how he does in the middle innings. The numbers are stark for Matt so far this year as far as how the opponents have hit against him first time, second time, third time through the order. 160 the first time through, 208 the second time through, and 688 after that. Weak ground ball for Walker to slide over and get, and he gets Castro for the second out.
Boy, he jammed him big time there, up and in.
So the question on the table as far as Matt is concerned is it mechanics out of the stretch, or is it fatigue as he works into the middle of the game? That's the bigger issue.
Well, I can tell you one thing we noticed in spring. He's in great shape physically. I've seen Matt with a little extra poundage around the Midland area, but he is fit as a fiddle this year. He came to spring training in shape, so I can't imagine that it's for lack of conditioning.
But did he pitch enough innings in spring training? He had the bladder issue. It cut down his innings late in spring training. I think that's more the issue than whether he's, you know, in good physical shape.
Well, I was just stunned his last start in spring training when he only pitched 2 innings.
He's facing another struggling star right now in Freddie Freeman.
Well, Freeman hitting 163, did not have a good spring. He went hitless in his last 17 at bats in spring. and he's just befuddled. He said, I don't know what's wrong. He feels like his bat's slow.
Had the bad wrist last year and an oblique problem that limited his playing time. He pops one a mile high over toward the dugout. And d'Arnaud reaches and makes the grab. Did he hang on? Disappeared from our view, but apparently he did.
Nice.
Beautiful play by d'Arnaud, who had to negotiate that corner there and was able to do it perfectly to get Matt Harvey a 1-2-3 opening inning. Difficult play for d'Arnaud, and it just stuck in the webbing. Take a seat, Travis. You've done well. You save every strikeout thrown by a Mets pitcher against the Phillies and Braves saves you 1% off select tickets to the upcoming homestand April 25th through May 4th. The Mets recorded 30 strikeouts against the Phillies, meaning fans already saved 30%. For more information, visit Mets.com/strikeouts. Well, in the last half inning, Nick Markakis hit a foul ball that struck the home plate umpire Jeff Kellogg on the side of the mask and really appeared to stun him. After the inning was over, the Braves trainer came out to have a look at Kellogg, and clearly there is concern for him, and so it looks like Kellogg is going to come out of the game. And the first base umpire Alan Porter has gone down into the umpire's dressing room to put on the home plate umpire's equipment. So that's going to be a delay here. It usually takes 10-12 minutes for the umpire to get all that equipment on. So we're going to be delayed here before we can start the second inning.
Looks like it got him on the clavicle, Gare. For those of you out there, in layman terms, it's the collarbone.
So the two remaining umpires, John Tumpane and Lance Barksdale, can only stand and wait. Bud Norris, the Atlanta pitcher, sitting in the dugout right now and has not yet thrown his warm-up pitches as we wait for Alan Porter to get the home plate umpire's equipment on. So we'll take a break. No score in Atlanta. Starting to get some of our last looks at Turner Field, where the Braves started playing baseball in 1997. This is their final season. Amazing that a baseball stadium can only last for 20 years before you have to replace it. First of 10 games the Mets will play at Turner Field this season. Follow the Mets all season with MLB at bat. Let's take a look at the road ahead, presented by GMC. Night game tomorrow, day game Sunday. Those will both be on Pix 11. We're back on SNY for the start of the homestand Monday night. Mets play the Reds, the Giants, and the Braves on the upcoming homestand at Citi Field.
Well, we looked ahead in this schedule, Gary, and we thought it was very favorable for the Metsies. Only the first opening 2 games in Kansas City, and of course now the Giants at the end of the month. But a lot of second division teams in between, and the Mets have not yet played Washington.
Of course, those Giants are really struggling right now. 5 straight losses, 7-10 on the year. There's your City probables for the remainder of the weekend. Steven Matz, coming off a tremendous start in Cleveland his last time out, will go tomorrow night against Jhoulys Chacin, the former Rocky. And then Sunday, Jacob deGrom makes his return to the rotation. He threw a bullpen today down in Port St. Lucie. He'll arrive tomorrow and pitch on Sunday, just his second start of the year. And the Braves may well have one of their top prospect pitchers, Aaron Blair, going Sunday, but they have not yet announced a starter for that game. Tonight's Twisted but True Fact, brought to you by Twisted Tea, the hard iced tea that tastes like real iced tea. Well, pitchers who've thrown no-hitters lately also hit. Jake Arrieta threw his second career no-hitter yesterday, had 2 more hits. Last 8 pitchers with no-hitters in National League parks are hitting .462. That's pretty good.
What does Ronnie call that? Little League game?
Little League game. Well, how about Jake Arrieta? If you go back his last 16 regular season starts, he's thrown 2 no-hitters. He's 15-0 with a 0.53 ERA, which makes it even more remarkable that the Mets were able to beat him in the league championship series. He gave up 4 runs in 5 innings. Remember, Murph hit the 3-run homer in the first inning, and the Mets were off to the races again. And, you know, the more you look back at the stretch that Daniel Murphy had in that postseason last year, not only hitting the home runs in 6 straight games, but doing it against Greinke and Kershaw and Arrieta. It's remarkable what he was able to accomplish, and just what Arrieta's done on both sides of that makes it even more remarkable.
Well, he was the Dragon Slayer, that's for sure. It was just incredible what he did. And you said that not so much the quantity of the home runs. I mean, 7 in a row. It was the quality of the pitchers he hit them off of. It was just astounding, and I mean, that's part of Met history now. No one's had a postseason like Daniel Murphy.
And by the way, he's carrying that over into the regular season for the Nats this year. Another big hit in the first inning today. The Nats scored 4 runs. He's off to a great start. Neil Walker's off to a great start as replacement with the Mets. So that's going to be fun to watch as those two go through the year.
Well, they're both good players. I think if you look and evaluate both players, I think you may have lost a little bit. I think Murphy's a better hitter, but I think in the whole scheme of things, what encompasses the whole game, I think you've got a better all-around player in Walker.
We are in a delay right now as Alan Porter, who was the first base umpire, is getting the equipment on to go behind the plate after Jeff Kellogg got struck by a foul ball. And Kellogg, who had been the home plate umpire, forced to leave the game. I would imagine they have concussion concerns when it comes to Kellogg. But Norris has come out to throw up his warm-up pitches for the second inning. But Porter, the umpire, has yet to make an appearance. Well, that's the way the standings finished last year in the National League East. The Braves lost 95 games after a pretty good start, but they just collapsed over the last 2 months of the season. And now they are in full rebuilding mode as they look toward moving into their new stadium next year. And here are some of the prospects, many of whom they acquired in trades. Dansby Swanson and Aaron Blair both came in that trade for Shelby Miller with Arizona. Sean Newcomb came via trade as well. So they're building up their farm system by trading off some of their major league assets. And frankly, there's been conversation about the Braves trading maybe their greatest asset, which is Freddie Freeman. But right now, the way Freddie's swinging the bat, there have to be concerns from other teams about taking on that big contract because he had the wrist problem last year.
Well, you never know when you have injuries to your as a hitter. You don't want hands or wrist, and you don't know the extent of Freddie's recovery. He's had a full off season, obviously, and they started him out slow in spring training. They eased him in, but he's been off to a terrible start. And here comes the home plate umpire.
And you also have to wonder, and you've been in this position, when you are an elite player in the middle of a team that's rebuilding and you are the one guy people look to, it's got to be a different kind of a feeling.
It's a different kind of a feeling, but also it's usually when you're a veteran player and you're 30 years old, 31. Freddie Freeman's 26. He's got a whole big future in front of him. So he can't get caught in the morass of a rebuilding team. He has to be the shining star, the example.
So we'll go with 3 umpires for the remainder of the game. Alan Porter, he will now work the plate. John Tumpane is now at first base, and Lance Barksdale at third base, and that's how they'll play out the remainder of this game, with Jeff Kellogg forced to leave after getting hit in the mask. So we resume after a delay of about 10 minutes. As we start the second inning, Neil Walker, Asdrubal Cabrera, and Travis d'Arnaud will come up against Bud Norris, who gave up 2 hits in the first inning, but was able to work out of trouble, striking out Cespedes and getting Duda on a ground ball.
I always thought that they had a backup umpire with each crew gear. Is that not true?
No.
Okay. So we're shorthanded.
Yep. If you go down to the low minors, they work with 2 umpires.
I remember.
Here's Walker, who's been on quite the hot streak. Had 3 home runs in a 2-game span, and then went 4 for 5 in the game on Wednesday with 4 singles. He's got his batting average up to .293. And Neil takes low and in, a ball and a strike. Walker has great numbers against Norris, 9 for 23, a .391 average for his career.
Walker went 7 for 14 in that Philly series, 500. That's raging hot. That's the kind we want to go over, and you tell him he's got his bat in his hand. He says, let me rub that bat of yours. Give me some of those hits.
And that's 7 for 14 with power, too. Not just getting his base hits. Asdrubal Cabrera on deck. And Norris gets it in at the knees for a strike, 2-2.
He's got 11 RBIs on the year in that middle of that order. The 4, 5, and 6 hitters. Cespedes 13, Duda 10, Walker 11. You'd like to see that.
Of course, most of that is via the home run.
Yep.
Mets have scored 37 runs on this road trip. 28 of the 37 have come on home runs.
Well, you said it, Garrett. They're hitting .202 as a team, and this is 2 weeks of season right now. This is the 15th game, but they're hitting .202 with runners in scoring position, 140 with 2 outs.
Walker gets under 1 to center field, and Malik Smith, the rookie center fielder, is there. And he puts it away, 1 out.
This would be something, if I was down in that dugout, I would tell the team, okay, I'd get the offense and BP, and I'd say, look, we are no longer in Philadelphia in that ridiculously small ballpark. We are in Turner Field now. 380 in the gaps. 330, 335 down the line. 390 in right center field. Got to hit line drives.
This was built to be a pitcher's park for a pitching oriented organization. In fact, one of their Hall of Fame pitchers, John Smoltz, is here tonight. They are doing a countdown on the outfield fence, and John is going to take down the number tonight. Mets will be happy to see this place abandoned. It will not be completely abandoned. They're going to turn this, it started out as an Olympic stadium. They made it into a baseball stadium. There you see the countdown number. And now they're going to use it for football. The Georgia State program will use this as their home field. 2-1 to Cabrera, who's hitting .314 for the year.
So they're going to do some reconfiguring here to make it a football field, obviously.
Again. I mean, this was never a perfect stadium for baseball. It was designed for the Olympics and then retrofitted for baseball. 3-1 to Cabrera with d'Arnaud on deck. But it is really odd that you would have to build a new ballpark after just 20 years of using the stadium. That seems like accelerated obsolescence. Here's ball 4, and Cabrera's on with a 1-out walk. First walk given up by Norris.
Not even close to the strike zone there against the left-hand hitter. switch hitter, but hitting left-handed.
So here is d'Arnaud, who's looked much better the last couple of games. Hit 3 balls hard in the game on Wednesday. Had a couple of doubles.
Just over swinging. I saw in Cleveland gear, of course I missed the Phillies series, a lot of just swinging from his shoestrings, and he's going to hit home runs. He's a 15 home run guy plus, just hitting line drives.
How much do you think hitting 8th for a guy who's never really hit 8th in his life has an impact?
It's a little wound to the ego, because the 8th hole is, you know, it connotes the worst hitter on your ball club.
What about the quality of pitch that you might see, and does it affect how you approach your at bat?
Well, you've got a pitcher behind you, so you have to rethink a little bit. I don't think I'd hit 8th very much in my career, Gare. I know I hit 7th early in my career a lot, coming up when I was young. But when you're Travis is not a rookie. He's been in the league now. I consider him a young veteran. He knows what to expect up there. He should anyway. I mean, right now, Gary, you've got a runner on first base, and the pitcher behind you. You're going to get pitches to hit. He doesn't want to. Norris doesn't want to walk him, set up a first and second, nobody out, and a sacrifice bunt. He's in trouble.
I guess the fine line comes in the RBI situations, right, where you want to be able to drive in the run, but you also understand that you may not get anything to hit in that at bat, and how aggressive you need to be with the pitcher on deck. That's wide and a full count to Travis.
I don't think they'll send Cabrera here, strike him out, throw him out, and you got a pitcher leading off the next inning. Cabrera is not a speed burner.
Norris is not a big strikeout pitcher. 7.7 strikeouts per 9 innings last year. Cabrera does not run, and d'Arnaud slashes one foul.
Well, that was a good pitch to hit right there, and he was just tardy. That was a hanging slider up in the letters. Well, you see Cabrera over his career with the stolen bases.
Again, not going, and again d'Arnaud fouls it off. Well, most of those stolen bases for Cabrera came earlier in his career. He's not as fast as he was when he first came up with the Indians. Had as many as 17 stolen bases in a season, 6 last year with Tampa Bay.
He's done a heck of a job so far this month of April for the Mets. He is a nice player, playing a very solid shortstop for the Mets.
But Norris lost his first 2 starts for the Braves. He got a victory his last time out of Miami, despite giving up 4 runs in 5 1/3. But hefting around a 6+ ERA as he did last year. In fact, since the beginning of last season, Norris has the highest earned run average in the majors over including any pitchers who've thrown at least 100 innings. 8th pitch of the at bat. This time Cabrera runs, and again d'Arnaud fouls it off. So after not running him the first 2 pitches, they sent Cabrera on the 3rd.
It might have been ball 4 right there.
By the way, 2nd and 3rd on that dubious list of highest ERAs since the start of last year. Kyle Kendrick and Jeremy Guthrie. All 3 guys have something in common. They're guys who will take the ball, but their best day is behind them. And another foul ball, and d'Arnaud really making Norris work.
Well, he's hitting the ball the opposite field, and the Braves are defending him that way, particularly in the outfield. If you look at the center fielder out there, Mallex Smith, the youngster, really shaded to the opposite field.
Matt Harvey standing on deck. Cabrera at first and 1 out. This will be the 10th pitch of the at bat to d'Arnaud. And And he throws a 3-2 slider and missed with it, and d'Arnaud works out a walk. So back-to-back walks to the 7 and 8 hitters issued by Bud Norris. And Matt Harvey will come up, and the Braves will expect the bunt with first and second and 1 out. You see Norris continually kicking at the mound like it's of some concern to him. I haven't heard anybody complaining about the mound here at Turner Field. We've heard plenty the first couple of weeks of the season from infielders complaining about the condition of the infield.
File a complaint with
the Players Association.
Players Association? I've never heard of such a thing.
That lays off, and it's ball 1.
Well, you really want, if you really want to upset your grounds crew.
Well, there have been 8 games played here at Turner Field. There have been 22 errors combined in those 8 games. Now,
well,
not all of them have been infield errors, but
have all of them been bad hops? I don't know. I would think that'd be hard to believe.
Clearly not, but there have been multiple players expressing concern, both home and visiting players. Now, this is the last year in this ballpark, and I think the operating assumption for a lot of people is, well, they're moving to a new ballpark next year. They're not going to put much money into maintaining this place for this last year here. Now, I don't know whether that's valid or not.
Well, how much money is it to keep the field in good shape? The infield, you're looking at the infield, basically the dirt. You don't get bad hops on the grass. In today's ballparks, the infields are all spectacular. The old Fulton County Stadium was a horrible infield here in Atlanta.
And Matz pulls the bat back, tries the butcher boy, and misses on the fastball. 1-2.
Not surprised to see Terry Collins try to surprise him right here, because Harvey can swing the bat. One of the many starting pitchers that are offensive threats at the plate.
So now it's 1-2. Let's see what he does here. Put the bunt back on with 2 strikes. He'll let him swing and risk the double play. Shows bunt. And he bunts, gets it down. Norris will go to third, and he throws it away, and the bases are loaded.
Jeez.
He short-armed that ball to third, and there was no way that Garcia could flag it down, and the Mets have the bases loaded.
Well, this is a veteran pitcher, and over his career, how many bunts has he fielded? And this is a bad bunt. It's bunted hard. He's got to know, I've got plenty of time to get the runner. Doesn't set himself. Thank goodness he was back there. The play was backed up for the, if you're a Braves fan.
I mean, what was with that sidearm throw that he made? And Ibar did a terrific job backing up. Otherwise, that's at least a run. So it's a fielder's choice, an error on the pitcher. And now the Mets have the bases loaded, 1 out for Granderson.
That could have been a double play.
By the way, I don't think that error was affected by the condition of the infield.
23 now.
Just saying. Granderson had a base hit up the middle his first time up. So the Mets trying to take advantage of a break, and Granderson takes a fastball for a strike.
Cabrera, oh boy, he almost got killed there because the third baseman came to try to catch the ball, got in his way.
I'm sure Asdrubal thought he was going to be out by 15 feet,
right,
which he should have been with any kind of decent throw.
Well, you know what? You never assume in anything, and you can keep an eye on the play. You know, when you're running to third base, Gary, you can run hard as you can and glance and see what's going on with the throw. Although that was pretty boom boom right there, but he wasn't looking to see it, so he was completely caught by surprise at the very poor throw.
Rare at third, d'Arnaud at second, Harvey at first with 1 out. Again, they don't overshift against Granderson, and Curtis takes high 1-2. They didn't overshift the first time, and Granderson grounded a base hit up the middle, where normally teams will play their shortstop against Curtis. And they're playing the same defense this time.
He can't get his slider over.
Brzezinski able to knock it down.
Should be a. Sorry, Gary, go ahead.
Well, the Mets have been bedeviled trying to get a runner in from third with less than 2 out. Next to last in the National League in that category. Norris about to throw his 30th pitch of the inning. And Granderson pulls the slider foul. And we go back to the start of this inning. We had that 10-minute delay as they changed whole plate umpires, and to wonder whether that had any impact on Norris, who had to sit around in the dugout before he warmed up for the inning.
Well, it's hard to say. He got a pitcher out there coming into the game with an ERA over 6.
He's walked 2 and made a bad throw to put himself in this mess. Now trying to find his way out of it. And Granderson breaks his bat as he fouls it off. So it's a very hard-working inning for Norris after the delay.
He could have been out of this of his own making here.
I mean, if he makes a good overhand strong throw to third, they might get a double play out of that.
Yeah, Matt doesn't run so well.
But for some reason, he decided to throw submarine style to third base, and it was just a terrible throw. Bases loaded, 1 out. 7th pitch of the at bat coming to Granderson. And Curtis drills one deep right field, back toward the corner. It's out of here! Grand slam, Curtis Granderson. And the Mets take full advantage of the error. Granderson goes deep, and the Mets have a 4-0 lead. Sixth career grand slam for Curtis Granderson, his first as a Met.
High fastball. That's what I like about this. Oh, it bled out over the middle. Nice level swing by Curtis on that letter high fastball. And yet again, the Mets with the home run power.
Last time Curtis Granderson hit a grand slam, it was back in 2012 as a Yankee. And now his inaugural grand slam as a Met.
Well, that'll make Sandy Alderson happy this road trip with the home runs, because Sandy's a proponent of, if you're you out-homer the team, usually the team that out-homers, the other team wins. Well,
it didn't work on Wednesday, but it does work 70-some% of the time. 1-2 to David Wright, but Norris put himself in a hole with back-to-back walks to the 7 and 8 hitters, and then made the bad throw on the bunt play to set the table, and Granderson happy to clean it up.
Wow, that was a no-doubter. Line drive.
3rd home run of the year for Curtis, and his 2nd in the last 3 games.
Well, those walks will always kill you. They normally find a way to score. Almost did my Bob Murphy imitation. Line drive.
You work on that. Wright strikes out on the slider, and that's the 2nd out. 2nd strikeout for Norris.
No, here's Curtis. A little bit of a leg tapping right there. Oh boy, he just got the barrel out. And that's a fat pitch. It's bled out over the middle, up. That's the one you want to crush. You got to get after those guys when they make mistakes.
2 out and nobody on. Now Conforto, who went after the first pitch and singled to center his first time up.
Right now, Norris is a guy that's throwing predominantly fastballs, erratic with his slider, and there was a changeup right there. You can almost spit on that one. He hardly ever throws it. He looks sit on his fastball. There's 2 changeups he's missed. Having trouble with his secondary pitches. As a hitter, you've got to focus on this. Observe what the pitcher's doing out there, what he's able to do, what he's having trouble with, and that's how you go in tactically and attacking your at bat.
This will be the 40th pitch of this inning thrown by Norris, and Conforto takes a fastball for a strike. Well, the Braves are struggling with their pitching, particularly with their bullpen. They're carrying 9 relievers though, so they need to go to the bullpen early. They've got plenty of arms. That's stroked out to left, right at Kelly Johnson, who grabs it for the out, and the inning comes to an end. But the Mets load him up on 2 walks and an error, and Curtis Granderson serves himself. his first Mets grand slam, and it's 4-0 New York in the second. Mets take a 4-0 lead on the strength of Curtis Granderson's grand slam.
What a nice start to your day, Curtis. 2 for 2. 4 ribeye steaks, a granny.
So Matt Harvey, who's been sitting for quite some time, will take the mound for the bottom of the second to face Adonis Garcia. So Harvey sat through 41 pitches that Norris threw, plus the 10-minute delay for the umpire change. So it's been a long time since he's been on the mound. We'll see how it affects him. Garcia, Pierzynski, and Kelly Johnson for the Braves in the second after Harvey retired the side in order in the first. Garcia hitting at .280. And the curveball fouled off. Adonis Garcia signed out of Cuba by the Yankees, who released him last spring, and Braves picked him up. See some of the particulars on Harvey. That start, it was so puzzling in Cleveland his last time out, where he retired the first 13 before he imploded.
Well, he definitely ran out of gas in that last inning he worked. I thought that Terry left him in a couple batters too long, and it showed.
Retired the first 13, and then 9 of the next 13 got on base. So it was a black and white outing for Harvey.
Getting the ball up, Gary. His location's not there. Just keep an eye at home when you're watching on TV. Just see where the location is. He's already missed on a couple corners. He's missing up a little bit now. He's just got the good fastball, though.
This is outside with that, and a full count to Garcia leading off.
It is a funny game. It is a great humbler. You can be going like gangbusters, and all of a sudden you can just hit the skids.
Throws a 3-2 slider, and it ran in on the hands of Garcia and got his bat on it somehow.
And this is a helicopter here, so he's searching. You know, everybody talked about from the stretch they found the mechanical problem. I tend to think it's both windup and the stretch.
That's lined into center field, and Garcia has a base hit. So there's the first base runner against Harvey. It comes on a 9th pitch breaking ball.
Yeah. Another hanger, Gary. Stayed inside, not where he wanted it. So these are the things you look for. And as Matt tries to, on the fly here, get the ship righted.
You know, last year he leaned on his curveball as his main breaking pitch, and it just seems like he's determined this year to get his slider working rather than going back to the curveball. Here's Pierzynski, the oldest catcher in baseball at age 39. Had a really good year last year for the Braves. Hit 300 with 9 home runs. Just 4 hits shy of 2,000 for his career. It's been a long and entertaining career for A.J. Pierzynski.
Most of it with the White Sox, Gary, I believe, right?
Raisins, Giants. I mean, he's been with 7 teams, but he's always been a lightning rod. One of 2 players in the starting lineup for the Braves tonight who were born on Long Island but grew up elsewhere. Nick Markakis, born in Glen Cove, and A.J. born in Bridgehampton. Grew up in Florida. Poke foul, and it's 1-2. But you know what I'm talking about with Harvey? And Ronnie's talked about this, and John Smoltz has talked about it. How difficult it is after Tommy John surgery sometimes to rediscover your slider, and it just looks like Matt is trying to force that slider to work, and you figure he'll figure it out eventually. And I guess the question is he better off doing that, just using it enough to get it back, or is he better off flipping his curveball in there and using that as an alternative?
Well, I think that you have to go with what your best pitches are. You know, I ran into Dan Warthen after his start in Cleveland, his last start. And Matt had a good overhand curveball, and Warthen just said, you know, he had a decent curve. He should have used his curve more. You got to know what pitch you got going and stop being stubborn. So that's all part of figuring it out when you're out there.
By the way, we'd like to pass along our condolences to Dan Warthen. His mom passed away, and he is away from the team today. Attended her funeral in Omaha. Should be back tomorrow. Flied out to center. On comes Cespedes, and it drops for a base hit. Thought he might have a chance for a play at second, but Garcia ran the base as well, and he pulls in there. So it's a pop fly single for Pierzynski, and the Braves have 2 men on.
Well, just your bloop. It's a big ballpark here. And Cespedes didn't think it was hit so good. He kind of ran to his left first. You go halfway as a runner here. And I couldn't do it better myself.
You know, it is one big difference watching Juan Lagares play center field versus watching Cespedes. Lagares plays a lot more shallow and has a lot more confidence going back on the ball, whereas Cespedes likes to play a little deeper because he's not as good going back on the ball as Lagares is.
Well, Juan is definitely playing a very the center field we grew accustomed to 2 years ago.
Here's Kelly Johnson, who did a terrific job down the stretch for the Mets last year. 49 games as a Met, hit .250 with 5 home runs, and every one of them seemed like it was a big one. And now back with the team for whom he originally played. He's made the full circuit, 8 different teams, and he winds up back where he started. First round pick by the Braves back in 2000.
A lot of times when you leave a good impression with your organizations that you've played for, you wind up back in there in the fold.
2-1 to Kelly. So Harvey gave up a 9-pitch base hit to Garcia and then a pop fly single to Pierzynski, and after being handed a 4-0 lead finds himself in immediate difficulty here in the bottom of the second. Eric Ibar, the on deck batter. And Johnson lays off, and Matt's behind 3-1.
So up with his pitches. This is how you watch your athletes out here, how they react and deal with adversity. For some reason, Matt just can't get that ball down below the waistline with any consistency so far.
Three and two to Kelly Johnson with nobody out. And he rips one into right, a base hit. Garcia to third. He's being waved home. Pierzynski goes first to third. 3 straight hits for the Braves. Kelly Johnson with an RBI single, and it cuts the Mets lead to 4-1.
Watch d'Arnaud's glove on the replay. Wants it in. Look at it bleed out over the middle. Pretty much the same pitch that Granderson hit the grand slam with. And this is with Curtis in right field playing deep. I mean, everybody's going to advance 2 bases on this. You shouldn't need to see. Pierzynski does not need his third base coach. Doesn't need any help. You can tell he doesn't run well.
So 3 straight hits for Atlanta. A run is in. First and third and nobody out. Now Eric Aybar. Switch hitter batting left. And he takes a changeup for a strike. Aybar has spent his entire career with the Angels before this year. 10 years in Anaheim. He was part of the deal that sent Andrelton Simmons to the Angels.
And he hasn't been doing much while he's been here as a Brave.
Tapper foul. Well, it's an odd thing. The Braves have really struggled, but as a team, they have the best average in the majors with runners in scoring position coming into the day.
37 for 119, and also Gary even better with 2 outs. 333. 21 for 63. Not too shabby.
How do you figure for a team that's next to last in the league in runs scored? That's it out to left. Conforto steadies, makes the catch. Pierzynski's going to try. No, he goes back.
I disagree right there. You got Conforto on his back foot, but nobody out. You don't want to take a chance.
And Pierzynski's very
can't
slow.
run. My mistake. I take that back.
Conforto hit the cutoff man right on one hop. And I think if Pierzynski had tried it, he would have been out.
I only said because look how it put Conforto on his back foot. But Pierzynski just doesn't run at all, and you don't want to run yourself out of an inning. So, my mistake.
I wonder if he cut off the jam on his own or whether both Porter told him to.
No, Porter held him up. I saw Porter hold him up. Did the right thing.
So that's the first out of the inning. And now the number 8 hitter, Mallex Smith, the 22-year-old center fielder who came up when Ender Inciarte went on the DL.
I just can never get used to the double flaps for major leaguers. It reminds me of Little League. I don't like it.
Well, they all wear them in the minors now. So many more players, when they get to the big leagues, are used to the double flaps. Pierzynski at third, Johnson at first. Smith almost impossible to double up. He's one of the fastest players in baseball. He lines one toward the left field line, and that is a fair ball. That'll bring in a run. Pierzynski scores. Johnson to third. Wright loses it on the attempted tag. And runners are safe at second and third. It's now 4-2 New York. Mallex Smith with an RBI opposite field double.
And yet another ball. Look it up. Look where the pitch is. Belt high. He just slaps it to left field. Matt's getting the ball up. He's getting hurt. It's pretty much the same thing that happened to him in Cleveland.
The difference is it's happening earlier in the game. Whereas he was spotless for the first 4 innings in Cleveland. Here, after a long time in the dugout between innings, he's come out with nothing here in the second. 4 hits, 2 runs are in. Now the tying runs are in scoring position with the pitcher Bud Norris at the plate. Norris with a chance to get himself back in this game. Not a terrible hitter. Lifetime 144, and he takes ball 1.
Another. I'm not going to belabor this, but it's just we're looking at Matt, who's 0-3 and struggling with command, and he's been up above the waist all day.
We mentioned that Dan Warthen is away. Ricky Bonas, who is the Mets bullpen coach, is in the dugout with Terry Collins tonight. And Norris on his own tries to butt his way on, and he's out. Oh, I thought for sure he was going to be safe. I'm not sure if Walker got his foot on the bag in time. In fact, Norris is almost certain that he beat it. We'll find out in a moment, I'm sure. He was bunting on his own. The runners were not moving. There was no attempt by Johnson at third to try to score. Well, let's see if Walker got his foot there in time.
Nice little wedge right there, little backspin. It's close. I think he was there, Gare.
Did he get his foot on the bag?
I think he did. I think it's an out. We're not going to get a challenge here.
So the Braves are not going to challenge. So that's a terrific play by Harvey and Walker to get the out there. And the runners hold at second and third. So now Harvey has a chance to get through the inning, but he's got to get through Nick Markakis, who struck out his first time up.
Another quick look here. Yep, he got him. Good call. Nice play. If he touched the bag, and he did, he's out.
It's a really heads-up play by Walker. I don't think anybody was expecting a bunt in that spot. If you do, you're expecting a squeeze bunt, but there was no squeeze. It was simply Norris trying to bunt on his own for a hit.
Well, Markakis has been their best clutch hitter thus far, 8 for 14 with runners in scoring position, and he's a pretty solid hitter.
1-1 to Markakis. Late on that fastball. 96 from Matt. 1-2. I was going to say before the bunt by Norris, do you think if Dan was here he'd be out at the mound by now to try and help out?
I don't know about that. I don't think that pitching coaches like to interrupt when pitchers are trying to find a rhythm. I think you can chat in the dugout in between innings.
But if it's something that's consistently going wrong, like you're talking about with Matt getting his pitches up, isn't that where a pitching coach can maybe be of some assistance mid-inning? There's Ricky Bones, who's serving as the Mets pitching coach tonight.
I've always been kind of, when I was out in the field, Mel Stottlemyre wasn't one to go out in the mound too often. And I just don't like to interrupt pitchers that are trying to find it.
This will be the 33rd pitch of the inning for Harvey. And Markakis takes strike 3 call. Big pitch for Matt Harvey as he fans Markakis for the second time. But the Braves put together 4 hits and scored twice to make it 4-2 New York. TV for a complete recap of tonight's Islanders-Panthers Game 5 with all of the post-game reaction, highlights, and analysis on SNY.TV, your online home of all things New York sports. Third inning, 4-2 New York. Yoenis Cespedes leads off against Bud Norris. Reds have had a home run laden road trip.
I'll say.
Grand slam that Curtis Granderson hit in the second inning, the 20th home run in 7 games on this trip. And Cespedes has had a big hand in that. He's had 4 of the home runs on this road trip.
It's like 27 Yankee stuff. Sorry to bring up the Yankees and bring it into the broadcast, but that was a long time ago.
It's a big part of baseball history. Cespedes lifts one to right, and Markakis is there. 1 out. We talked about what Matt Harvey might have to do and who might be able to counsel him, and Travis d'Arnaud trying to lend a little guidance.
I don't think Matt wants to chat. Matt could be a little aloof.
It's got to be very difficult when you have been able to pitch at an elite level your entire life when healthy, and all of a sudden it's not that easy. And he's just in one of those circumstances right now where it's not easy. Duda grounded out his first time up, and you know how long it takes for him to get it back, and whether it's mechanical, whether it's physical, whatever it might be.
Or a combination of all of them.
Right. Until he figures his way out of the wilderness, he might be a little ornery. Grounded into the shift, and Ibar's got it. 2 out. Tonight's Cold Hard Facts brought to you by Clean Crisp Coors Light. Neil Walker coming to the plate. Only 2 players in the National League have more home runs than Mr. Walker. Last year's MVP and this year's best story in baseball.
The bookends on that quartet there are superstars.
Yeah, Arenado certainly has earned that, hasn't he? I mean, between his defense and his offense. I mean, people, when they talk about the best players in the game, start with Trout and Harper. And then I think Arenado is right there with Manny Machado and people like that in that next level. Or maybe even, I don't know, do you put him with Trout and Harper on the elite level, that very top level?
Anytime you're put into the top 10 players in baseball, there's a lot of players. I think top 25 players.
Walker cracks one into right field for a base hit. So Neil, who had 4 hits on Wednesday, has his first hit in this game. And the Mets' 4th hit against Bud Norris.
Well done. Changeup looked like up, out over the middle. Norris's secondary pitches are subpar at best.
Norris was hoping to get away with a quick inning after throwing 41 pitches in the second inning. But Walker prolongs it, and now Cabrera gets a turn. Cabrera started the whole thing in the second with a 1-out walk, and he takes a changeup off the plate.
.69 pitches for Norris already. It's number 7-0.
Slowly hit.
Ooh, snow cone
by Castro, and he makes the play. Jinx. Side retired. Harvey will go back to the mound for the bottom of the 3rd, leading 4-2.
And your Lexus Met defense. Pretty good outfield right there. I'll take it. Infield, this is the starting 8. Off day yesterday, they're back in there. You know, Garrett and d'Arnaud behind the plate. It just always seemed, I was thinking about it with the Mets club right here. You don't have to worry about anybody coming to the park and worrying who's going to be in the lineup. It always seemed when I played, there was always 1 or 2 guys that you had to worry about. Particularly a day game after a night game, and not with this squad.
Daniel Castro leading off in the home third against Matt Harvey. And he misses high with a slider. Matt just trying to figure out how to get the ball down. His fastball, his slider, his changeup, they've all been up. Castro grounded out his first time.
There's a good one. That's his best slider so far.
One-two to Castro. And this is high with a fastball at 96. Terry has been through the bad times with the Mets. He was through the great times last year. But no matter whether you have a good team or a bad team, you're always going to have somebody who's not performing at their best. And I guess it's a test for any coaching staff and for any manager on how you deal with your players when they're struggling. And certainly Matt is struggling right now.
Well, you got to know who can, you got to kick in the pants, who you got to kind of coddle.
Castro goes down on strikes. Two-seam fastball by Harvey for his third strikeout.
Good movement right there. Watch the ball run in. But see, he wants it away, d'Arnaud. He misses on the other side of the plate. So even though that's a good pitch, down and in, it was meant to be outside. You know, but getting back to coaches and managers, you know, this is the big league level here. You're grown men out here, and you don't want to coddle too much, and you don't want anybody feeling sorry for themselves. Because no one's going to feel sorry for you. Only you're the one that's going to have to, well, I'll say it again. I know it's redundant. Take the bull by the horns and get yourself through it.
You know, you came to the big leagues and you had your struggles and you got sent back to the minors. But when you have a guy like Matt Harvey who got to the big leagues and had instant success and other than injury has never enjoyed anything but success, it's got to be awfully difficult in his psyche to know how to deal with that, and as his manager to know how to deal with it. That's out to left center, hit pretty well, but Cespedes is there and retires Freeman for the second out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but it also too, when you get through hard times, it's character building. And a lot of guys fold their tent and go south for the winter. You bull your neck. I'm doing sound like an old dinosaur here, but those are all the terms that I grew up with. And no one can do it but you. No one can get out in the mound and throw the ball but you. No one can get up to the plate and hit the ball but you. And it's character building when you see yourself get through it and you get through the hard time and get the other end of the tunnel.
I thought he had a strike on that curveball, but didn't get the call from Alan Porter, who's now working the plate. There's a strike, 1-1 to Adonis Garcia, who had a base hit to start that 2-run second inning for the Braves after a 9-pitch at bat. Like Norris, who had a very long second inning, so did Harvey. He threw 33 pitches in the second, so he'd love to have a 1-2-3 third and serve his pitch count. Fouled at the plate, 2-2. A.J. Pierzynski would be next. Adonis Garcia sat out a game Wednesday after being hit on the knee by a pitch, but came back and played yesterday. Had a rough day at the field. Poked down to first, and Duda takes it himself, and Harvey has himself a 1-2-3 inning. We played 3 in Atlanta. Mets 4, Braves 2. Fourth inning, Mets with a 4-2 lead. Time to go inside baseball. Let's see if we can rouse Steve Gelbs.
Gary, earlier in the game, you guys were talking about the no-hitter by Jake Arrieta yesterday, and obviously it's an incredible feat anytime anyone throws a no-hitter, but it's an increasingly less rare feat than we've seen in the past. Now, the 23rd no-hitter since 2012, that's the same amount as the previous 12 seasons, and so obviously I was thinking a little bit about it. Some of it probably has to do with the more intense PED testing, but what do you guys think about the fact that nowadays with the sabermetricians, it seems like they put less and less emphasis on just getting the ball in play, and to them a strikeout is just the same as any other out?
Well, to me, what strikes me is that as complete games go down, no-hitters are going up, which is counterintuitive, right? There were 5 no-hitters. There were 5 no-hitters from, or there are 23 no-hitters in the last 5 years, right? There were 23 no-hitters in the previous 12 years. You would think that as pitchers are conditioned less and less to go 9 innings, as that ball just goes foul off d'Arnaud's bat, that there would be commensurately fewer no-hitters.
Yes.
But on the contrary, the no-hitters are going up.
And it's a complete game too.
Right.
And
you can't pitch a no-hitter
exactly.
as
So
an individual unless you throw a complete game.
doesn't make sense. I thought Steve looked really refreshed. I think the off day did him good. He looks rested.
Bounce to the left side. Big hop for Garcia, who's been struggling defensively, but gets that throw on target to get d'Arnaud one away.
Guys, you know it'll also help with rest is it's taking a nap and not knowing how to flip the AM PM switch on the alarm clock. That generally helps.
Well, you know, they say the season doesn't start till the bell rings. So I guess it has to ring a second time for some people.
To my own defense, if there's any city in which you want to oversleep a little bit, it's Atlanta, because you can hop on over to this ballpark in, I don't know, 1-2 hours right out of bed.
The traffic in this town on a Friday afternoon is just unbelievably bad.
And
I mean, you know, we live in New York. We deal with New York traffic. But in New York, we have lots of different roads. You can sometimes find an alternate route. Here, there's no alternate route.
Well, all I got to say to Steve is if he's already feeling a little tired, wait till he gets to my age. I need my naps every day.
Well, you know why Steve might be a little bushed today? He watched the Rangers last night.
Yes. It was an exhausting night last night. Let's put it that way.
I would have thought it would have been relaxing because after the first period, the game was over.
No, just a constant state of distress all night, really all day today. This right now is probably the first smile.
Did you fly in today?
I did.
Didn't sleep on the plane, I take it.
No, I slept when I got here.
We missed you.
Everybody was wondering where you were. We figured you were hard at work somewhere, and you were just ignoring the snooze button.
My favorite thing is that John DeMarsco in the truck was so worried about me that he actually called the hotel, and they called me and eventually woke me up. When I picked up the phone, the guy said, "Are you alive?" I said, "Well, yeah, I picked up the phone, so yes, I'm okay. I'm breathing."
That is a very strange question to ask somebody who answers the phone.
I think so.
Well, they asked when we called the hotel, they asked if you were suicidal. We said no.
3-2 to Harvey, and he goes down on strikes. Third strikeout for Bud Norris in the second out of the inning. Well, we're glad that you made it, Steve, even if you have to set 8 or 10 alarms to get here. So here's Curtis Granderson, who's already had himself a big night, a single and a grand slam. His first grand slam as a Met. We mentioned his previous grand slam came as a Yankee in 2012. According to ESPN stats, he becomes the 4th player to hit a grand slam for both the Mets and the Yankees. Robin Ventura,
Of course.
Darryl Strawberry, Carlos Beltran, and now Curtis Granderson. Maybe sometime before the end of the year, David Wright can get off the Grand Slam schneid. It's been 10 years.
They're hard to come by.
That's it, deep to right field, right down the line, headed toward the wall, and it's out of here.
Curtis Granderson with his second of the night. A booming drive for Granderson, and it's 5-2 New York.
Same pitch. And this is a long time coming. Curtis off to a slow start. This is good to see. Same pitch. Goodbye. You can ask if they served food on that flight.
19th career multiple home run game for Curtis. And his second home run tonight.
Well, right there, it's just about the same. Belt high. Curtis coming into the game hitting 175. What a breakout.
Well, he's now hit 3 home runs in his last 3 games. 4 for the year. Wright has flied out and struck out 0 for 2. And takes a slider for a strike from Norris. Well, Norris had trouble with home runs last year. Gave up 15 in 83 innings. He's now given up 5 home runs in 21 innings this year.
If you can't get the breaking ball over, and you got to throw most of the time your fastball, forces the pitcher to really locate, and you don't. Big league hitters are going to just zone in.
And Wright takes the slider for strike 3. That ends the inning. Second time David's been struck out tonight, but Granderson adds his second home run of the night, and the Mets lead 5-2 in the 4th. Are clear in Atlanta. That must have been recorded like 4 in the morning, right?
4 or 5. Sun's coming up.
A.J. Pierzynski drives one to the right center, and he's got a leadoff hit. As the Braves begin the bottom of the 4th inning, Pierzynski now 2 for 2. So Matt Harvey, who had a 1-2-3 third.
Change up and up again. Belt high up.
So Harvey has to pitch out of the stretch again. That didn't go so well in the 2nd inning when he gave up 4 hits and 2 runs. They'll face Kelly Johnson, who drilled a base hit to right field to drive in the first Atlanta run. 1 strike to Johnson. Oh, these are the hits in the second inning for the Braves.
Well, we're just going to be focused on location. Above the belt. That's a curveball. I remember that pitch. There's above the belt, out over the plate. Belt, out over the plate, outside corner. That's been Matt's problem, as he does it again there with a fastball up. He just cannot get the ball down.
He's given up 2 runs and 5 hits tonight. Last time out, 5 runs and 6 hits over 5 2/3 against Cleveland. Tonight, though, he hasn't walked anybody. That's helped. Walked 3 in that last start. Ahead on Johnson, 1-2. This is with a curveball. You got A.J. Pierzynski running at first base. You got a left-hand hitter up. Why are you holding the runner?
I would not hold the runner on. I would be waving in the dugout, going, in my case, Davey. I'd cross my forearms and make an X, play behind, and I know I would get the green light for that.
Johnson loses the bat on the changeup as he strikes out. 4th strikeout for Harvey, 1 out of the inning.
Well, there's a case where the more of the netting around home plate came into play and helped there. Let's see what this pitch is. There's a good one. Look at that. Knees in black. Needs to bottle it.
1 out and 1 on now. Eric Ibar, who flied out his first time up. Double play ball, bobbled by Walker, tries to get the out at first and does. It looked like a routine double play, but Walker very fortunate to get the out at first after the bobble.
Tailor-made double play just on the exchange, but able to recover and get one. Should have been a double play out of the inning. And another good changeup by Harvey. So maybe we talked earlier. What is working for you? He's just thrown 2 good changeups. Maybe start working that in a little more. That was another good sinking change.
Now we'll face the rookie Mallex Smith, who reached out and poked a double down the left field line to drive in a run in the second. Pierzynski at second with 2 out. As you can imagine, Mallex Smith has been asked a million times how he got his first name. Says everybody in his family has a first name beginning with M, and his mother liked the name Alex. Thus, Mallex.
Huh. Okay. With 2 Alex with 2 L's too. That's unusual, isn't it?
Well, if they only made it 1 L, people might have mispronounced it. They might have thought it was Mealox or something.
Well, that's true. It could have made a lot of money doing a commercial.
You wouldn't want that. Well, he might get the commercial anyway. First, he has to enjoy a little big league success.
Yes.
He's got the speed. He stole 88 bases in the minors 2 years ago. There's a good curveball by Harvey, getting Smith to chase 1-2. Casey Kelly, first man up in the Atlanta bullpen. Pitcher due up next. Norris at 88 pitches. Jace Peterson is out on deck to pinch hit if Smith keeps the inning going. One-two from Harvey, and he hit him. And Smith goes to first base, and that'll get the tying run to bat. That's the last thing in the world Matt wanted to do.
Got him. Not what he wanted to do. Another sign of the struggles of Matt here, the consistency troubles. I think this has been a much better inning for him.
So in the 4th inning with a 4-man bench, Freddie Gonzalez is going to use the only left-hand bat on that bench and bring up Jace Peterson, who's 0 for 4 as a pinch hitter, hitting .219 for the year. But last year Peterson had a very good first half of the season and then faded the second half of the year. They've used him both at second base and in the outfield this year. So Norris is out after 4 innings and 88 pitches. And Peterson takes a fastball strike. Harvey got that ball down.
It's been a better inning for him.
But that hit batsman will only serve to jack up his pitch count and maybe shorten his time in this game. Got through his 75th pitch in the 4th inning.
And don't forget the botched ground ball. That would have been an inning double play.
Curve ball hit in the air to right. Granderson back a few strides is there. Peterson retired and so are the Braves in the bottom of the 4th. Harvey strands a pair. He's got a 5-2 lead in Atlanta going to the 5th. You should get an inside look at the upcoming draft and the challenges that lie ahead for Mike Maccagnan. Plus, is another former Texans quarterback on the Jets' radar? It's an all-new episode of Jets Nation Sunday at 7, only on SNY. 26-year-old Casey Kelly will pitch the 5th inning for Atlanta.
Acquired from the Pods, the San Diego Padres in the offseason. Had Tommy John surgery 2 years ago. Last year pitched between AA and AAA. Coming off the surgery, and here he is in the big leagues, off to a nice start.
He'll face 3, 4, and 5 in the Mets batting order. Conforto, Cespedes, and Duda in the 5th inning. But Norris threw 88 pitches over 4 innings. Norris allowed 5 runs, 4 earned on 5 hits, 2 walks, 4 strikeouts, and the 2 Curtis Granderson home runs that have driven in all 5 Met runs. Or a total looking a little chilled. Pretty comfortable tonight. Temperatures in the mid-60s.
Beautiful. It's a beautiful night.
Never stayed too warm.
Yeah.
Should be even warmer tomorrow, and then in the mid-80s on Sunday.
And no traffic the rest of this trip. It's Saturday and Sunday.
Fastball from Kelly for a strike. Casey Kelly, former first-round draft pick of the Red Sox. He went from Boston to San Diego in the first Anthony Rizzo trade, and then to the Braves last winter in the deal that sent Kristen Bethancourt to San Diego. But Bethancourt was a bust here in Atlanta.
He was.
He was supposed to be a big-time catcher.
Couldn't hit.
Couldn't catch.
He was supposed to be a good catcher with a great arm.
2-2 to Conforto, and breaking ball stays high. 3-2 coming, and that's ripped. One big hop for Castro, and he throws him out. That's 3 at bats for Conforto. 3 balls he's hit hard. Well, he's always hit. College, minors, majors. He was the most sure thing bat in the draft in 2014, and that's where the Mets went for him, and it didn't take them long to get to the big league.
Well, the Mets never switched gears philosophically. They traded for pitchers. Now they have this wealth of starting pitching. They changed gears and started looking for hitters.
Well, the other way they changed gears was before Conforto, the Mets had been drafting high school position players in the draft, but as they became closer, they felt, to having a team that could compete for a championship, they went for the college player, and the timing turned out to be exactly right. Cespedes lifts one foul, and it's 0-2. Of course, the depth of pitching that the Mets had in their system enabled them to make the Cespedes deal last summer. They traded Michael Fulmer, who was a very highly regarded pitching prospect, to bring back Cespedes. So it's not just the players you stockpile in the minors to play for you, it's the ones you can trade. Alex Smith playing deep, and he was in the right spot for the second out. He really does play deep. 2 out and nobody on now. Lucas Duda. Lucas has been up twice and grounded out both times. Kelly was a changeup for a strike. Well, Lucas has homered in 3 straight games. He's never homered in 4 straight.
Changeup and a curve.
Lucas hit 30 home runs in 2014, 27 last year, 57 home runs in 2 years. Only one of them against the Braves. Think about that. Played 19 times a year against Atlanta. And he just has not, for whatever reason, had that kind of success against the Braves. One-two from Kelly, and that's punched into center field for a base hit. So Lucas behind in the count, able to muscle one into center, and the Mets have a 2-out base runner.
One too many changeups. Got it up. Right on it. Lucas got a little bit towards the end there on the off speed.
So the Mets have their 6th hit of the night. Now Neil Walker, who had one in the 3rd inning, a single to right, 1 for 2. Base hit his last time up. Walker has his batting average at an even 300 for the year. He still has not drawn a walk through his first 60 at bats, which is a little startling.
As startling as Lucas Duda with only 2 walks at this point too.
Well, for a team that is as devoted to the idea of the high on base percentage, the Mets find themselves 11th in the league in walks through the first 2.5 weeks. But the other piece of that is their love of the home run ball, and they've certainly had that.
Well, they come into the game 4th in slugging. And Colorado, of course, always is pretty much in the top there. They got a 500 team slugging percentage.
It's crazy.
It is nuts.
Well, you were pointing out Pittsburgh on base percentage through the first 2.5.
Yes, astounding. The Pirates have as a team, have a .381 on base percentage, but they're leading the National League in batting also at .291, but that's 90 points higher.
How are they only 8-8? 3-1. Walker fouls back the high fastball.
You know, the Pirates are always a team that's a bunch of hackers, and they're number 2 in team walks behind the Cubs.
They've changed a lot of their philosophies the last couple of years, gotten much more sabermetrically inclined, more shifts than just about any other team, and changing their mindset a little offensively too. They've got John Jaso hitting leadoff, who's off to a great start. 3-2, runner goes, and Walker flies one down the left field line. Over comes Kelly Johnson to get it, and that retires the side. A hit and one left. Halfway through in Atlanta, 5-2 New York. Atlanta, Georgia on a Friday night. All lit up. What shots are we going to show when they move to the suburbs next year? There's your Chevrolet drive around the majors. The Nats scored early and often, and they lead the Twins 8-3. That game now in the bottom of the 7th. The Cubs with the best record in baseball out in front of Cincinnati 4-1 in the 7th.
I really like that young Rizzo, the first baseman. He has really blossomed into a 4-hitter, cleanup hitter, power guy. I think he's a terrific player.
Matt Harvey working into the 5th inning. It has not been smooth sailing for him, but he's got a 5-2 lead now, starting the 3rd time around the batting order. Nick Markakis has struck out twice, and he fouls one back. Remember those numbers we told you earlier in the game. First pass through the batting order through his first 3 starts, the opposition hitting 160 against Matt. Second time through, 208. Third time through, 688. 11 hits in 16 at bats. Third time through the batting order or more. So we'll see what comes to pass tonight as he starts his 3rd time through here in the 5th.
Well, he's on pitch number 79 right here. I'd love to see him to go deep in this game, stretch it out. But this has still been a labor for him. I thought the 4th inning was a much better inning.
Had to work a little harder in that fourth inning because of a double play not turned and then a 2-out hit batsman. Matt has not walked about it tonight. He struck out 4, given up 2 runs and 5 hits. Markakis at the plate, Castro on deck, and Markakis fouls back the fastball. Only 3 Met pitchers before Matt Harvey had started opening day and lost their first 3 starts of a season. Al Jackson in 1965, Jack Fisher in 1966, Mike Hampton in 2000, and Al Harvey this year. Full count to Markakis.
Well, there was a big out pitch right there for him. Just missed, but he got it down.
It finished well for Hampton in 2000. He wound up the NLCS MVP in his lone year as a Met. And that's too high, ball 4. So a leadoff walk to Markakis, first walk of the night for Harvey. How far they'll let him go tonight. Through 86 pitches in that last start in Cleveland. That's bullpen fully rested after an off day yesterday.
100 at minimum.
I don't think Logan Verrett is available yet out of that bullpen, but everybody else should be. Castro fouls one into the ground, 0-1.
Verrett would be the last man standing out there in that bullpen after that, what, 6 innings, so he really pitched a fine ball game.
Worked on Tuesday, so he's had a couple of days off.
He got in and out of a lot of trouble, a lot of innings, so he really worked hard that last outing in Philly. I'm glad he got the win.
Right now, the Mets would just love to get Harvey through this 5th inning unscathed. Castro is 0 for 2, grounded out and struck out. And the breaking ball fouled off. 1-2. It's been the theme of his night. Everything from Matt has been up. Dave Racanello on the left serves as the bullpen coach tonight with Ricky Bonas in the dugout. That's a promotion for Rack.
Just to get another stripe.
After all these years, get a promotion. All those smiles. All those pitches caught, all those shins bruised, all those batting practice pitches thrown.
That's the catchers are for. Catchers throw the best BP, and Rack's a former catcher. They throw right from the ear, right over the top, straight as a string.
Verrett with his back turned, talking things over. Here's the 1-2, and Castro pounds that one into the ground. Daniel Castro, 23 years old, from Mexico, called up last year late in the season. Hit .240 in 33 games. Got an early call this year when Hector Oliveira went on the administrative leave list following his arrest for suspected domestic violence.
Alleged.
Case is yet to be adjudicated by baseball or the courts. 1-2. Just off the corner with the fastball. 2-2.
I just feel Matt here is running into the ready to go into the 90s here, Gare. He's might be 5 and fly here.
I think they'll have somebody up soon. Freddie Freeman on deck. Castro golfs one foul. And Hansel Robles on cue, getting ready to start working. See, Rack's got the clipboard and everything.
False hustle.
Can he hold the clipboard and warm up the pitcher at the same time? Of course, they have Eric Langiel out there as the second bullpen catcher to do all the scud work now that Rack's the boss. 7th pitch of the at bat, and Castro pops it up. Cabrera retreating. And that's the first out of the inning.
Well, that was took 9 years to get that out. It's really made Harvey work hard.
15 pitches in this 5th inning already. And 90 for the game. So 1 out and 1 on. Now Freddie Freeman. has fouled out to the catcher and fly to center in his 2 at-bats. If Freeman doesn't hit, the Braves have a huge problem on their hands.
Yes, they do.
I mean, this is the guy that they chose to build around as they dealt all their other assets away.
Also gave him a big contract.
They did not sign Jason Hayward to a big deal, wound up trading him to St. Louis, and then he signed as a free agent in Chicago. They did sign Craig Kimbrell, but they traded him away anyway. They've held on to Freeman, they've held on to Julio Teheran, and that's about it as they replenish their farm system and try and build for the future.
Big shift on the right side of the infield. David Wright in the hole between Walker and Duda.
I asked Terry Collins about this the other day, why sometimes they shift David to the right side and why sometimes they leave him on the right side. And he said last year, when we didn't have a shortstop with great range, it made more sense to leave David alone on the left side. But this year, now that you have Cabrera, who's a legitimate shortstop, that they're better off making that switch. And different teams do it different ways. We've seen the Braves tonight leave the third baseman Garcia on the left side. We've seen other teams like the Phillies leave the shortstop on the left side. High fastball by Harvey to get Freeman for the second out. So Matt with his 5th strikeout of the night.
And they wanted that target up, and he got it up.
Freeman's never had a hit against Matt. He's now 0 for 9 with that strikeout. So after the leadoff walk, Harvey's retired the next 2. And in what is probably his final inning of work, he'll try and get through the 5th with Adonis Garcia in front of him. Garcia 1 for 2, singled and scored back in the 2nd. He lifts 1 foul.
Asked Terry Collins if you had to lean on anybody in that bullpen to eat up some innings, and I agreed with him 100%. It was Hansel Robles. He's got a rubber arm. He likes to work. He's a guy that you can go to the whip with.
Oh, 2 to Garcia. Well, it's almost right now as though Matt senses he's at the finish line and trying to air it out and get to the end here in the 5th inning. 5 was certainly not what he had in mind when the night began, but if he can get through this 5th inning unscathed, I think he'll be very happy.
I'm very interested to see what Matt has to say after the game about his performance.
0-2 to Garcia. All fastballs to Garcia in this at bat. Braves put together 4 hits to score 2 runs against Harvey in the 2nd. Worked around a single and a hit by pitch in the 4th, a leadoff walk here in the 5th.
And he needs to take Curtis Granderson out to dinner after this game.
Curtis, 2 homers, 5 RBIs for Curtis.
He's counted for all 5 runs.
Standing in the Turner Field shadows. Shadows because there are no lights in the outfield. What a strange idea that was when they built this place. Plenty of neon out there, but no real lights. Poke toward the middle, a base hit for Garcia. So he got on the breaking ball and just able to make contact and get his 2nd hit of the night.
Now I know that Terry is going to keep him in here and wants him to get a win and feel good about this. Not a bad pitch. A little bit off the corner on the plate, but down.
Ricky Bones is going to go out and talk to Harvey before he faces A.J. Pierzynski. If you missed it earlier, Dan Warthen's mom passed away. He was away at his mother's funeral in Omaha, Nebraska today. He'll be back tomorrow, so Ricky Bones filling in as the pitching coach. And our thoughts are with Dan and his family today. Only 4 swings and misses for Harvey tonight. Remember, Syndergaard had that start a couple of weeks ago where he had 26. About to throw his 100th pitch of the night, facing A.J. Pierzynski, who's already 2 for 2. A pop fly single in the second, and then a first pitch hit to right center in the fourth. Tying run at the plate in the 5-2 game. Markakis at second, Garcia at first, and Pierzynski takes off the plate. Ball 1. Well, you have to figure if he doesn't get Pierzynski, this is his last batter. Another left-hand hitter, Kelly Johnson, waiting on deck. But Matt, over the course of his career, has not done well, even when he was at his best, after 100 pitches. That's lined into center field. A base hit for Pierzynski. Around third comes Markakis. The throw by Cespedes on target, and he got him! Oh, wow, what a throw! Yoenis Cespedes on the fly to d'Arnaud, who slapped the tag on Markakis to get Harvey through the inning. That is just extraordinary.
Well, he overthrows the cutoff man and airmails this one.
But how many guys
right
can
on the
throw
money.
from there on the fly.
On the fly.
Oh, wow.
Very nice.
Cespedes showing off. d'Arnaud able to snag it and get the tag on the midsection of Markakis before he could hit the plate. That's how Harvey's night comes to an end. 5-2 New York after 5.
Heavy.
Sixth inning, 5-2 New York, as Drupal Cabrera leading off against Casey Kelly, who starts his second inning of relief. And what a relief for Matt Harvey. The throw by Yoenis Cespedes bailing him out in the bottom of the 5th inning and ending his tenure in the game after 5 difficult innings.
Right on the button to throw on a fly to end the inning.
There just aren't that many great outfield arms around anymore, as Cabrera takes one the other way out to Kelly Johnson, and that's the first out. And when you see a guy who can throw like this, it just sometimes makes your eyes pop.
But you want to see more of a throw where you hit the cutoff man and one hop your catcher. The strength of the arm is there, obviously. But remember, there was 2 back runners there, Gare, on that base hit, and they all should have advanced second to third, which they didn't, as you see top of your screen.
Travis d'Arnaud 0 for 1 and a walk, and he pops one up. Freeman should have a play in foul ground. And quickly there are 2 out.
Well, he comes in and charges and gets his body weight forward. And it throws right on the line. The only negative about it is you overthrew the cutoff man, but look at the result.
Eric Campbell will bat for Matt Harvey. So Matt out of the game after 5 innings. Allowed 2 runs and 7 hits. Walked 1, struck out 5, hit a batter. Certainly not the outing Matt would have wanted, but at least a step in the right direction.
Well, get a W, get off the snide, huh? Get in that win column. That's got to be eating it, Matt.
Wins have never been easy to come by for Matt, even when he was pitching at his best. He's 25 and 21 in his career, which is shocking when you think about how dominant he's been.
Kelly's got a nice curveball. Campbell's 3rd pinch hit appearance, 1 for 2 as a pinch hitter this year.
1-2 coming. Moves him back 2-2. Curtis Granderson has already got a pair of home runs tonight waiting on deck. Popped up center field, carries well out to Malik Smith. Side retired. 1-2-3 inning for Casey Kelly, middle of the 6th, still 5-2 New York. The 6th with the Mets up 5-2. Mets go to their bullpen. Matt Harvey leaving after 5. Here's your People's United Bank starting pitcher matchup. Harvey fared better than Bud Norris, who lasted just 4 innings, gave up the 2 Curtis Granderson home runs. Matt was able to slog his way through 5, and he leaves with the lead and leaves it to Antonio Bastardo.
And Bastardo, who had just a really very subpar spring training, has been nothing but brilliant thus far in the season.
And especially a fine time in his old haunts in Philly through 3 scoreless innings, allowing just 1 hit. I'm a little surprised that Bastardo gets the call here, if only because his greatest claim to fame has been his utter domination of Freddie Freeman, who was 0 for 19 against him. And he comes into a spot where he can't face Freeman. Instead, Kelly Johnson up against him.
Oh, you got Blevins in there too, and you got 2 left-hand hitters in the switch hitting Ibar.
Well, maybe this would be the Blevins spot, and they'd use Bastardo later, but this is the configuration they've chosen. And he misses with the slider. 1-2 to Kelly, who had an RBI hit in the second inning. One-two coming to Johnson. And breaking ball low. So Matt Harvey's ERA goes down, not as much as he would have hoped, but it goes down from 5.71 to 5.24 through his first 4 starts of the year. Eric Ibar on deck, then Malik Smith for the Braves in the 6th. And after getting ahead 0-2, Bastardo goes to a full count on Kelly Johnson. Kelly didn't get a lot of at-bats against lefties as a Met last year. On the outside corner, and Johnson caught looking on the fastball for the first out. 1 out and nobody on. Let's check in with Steve Gelbs, whose report tonight is brought to you by Jeep. Steve?
Gary, you and Keith were speaking earlier in the game about the state of this infield here at Turner Field and how many players have been complaining about the divots on the grass. Consider the Mets amongst those players now in their first game here this season. They came out to take infield practice before the game today. After a few ground balls, the ball was going all over the place. They just decided to scratch it. They didn't want to develop any bad habits, they said. So they're going out there playing the game, but really not planning on taking much practice these 3 days.
It was interesting. There were some comments from Braves officials today about the state of the grass. They said that it's a hybrid grass, that it's still becoming as functional as it's supposed to, and that once they have some warm nights, it will play better.
Okay.
Take that for what it's worth.
My question is, wouldn't you as a visiting team want to get used to this grass and take some ground balls? What do you mean bad habits? You field the same way. You get in front of a ball. You keep your glove down. Bad pop, it comes up on your chest. I would want to get used to this infield.
Ibar flies 1 foul, and it's 1-2. Well, when you're warming up in the infield, usually it's the coaches hitting ground balls. Not here. You got your $27 million center fielder hitting fungo ground balls.
Nice fungo.
Nice job pitching in for you, Ennis.
Oh, hit those nice 2 hoppers. Thank you.
1-2 from Bastardo. And Ibar hits one in the air to center, chasing Cespedes back, well back to the warning track. He runs it down. Cespedes got a good jump on that ball going away. After his wonderful throw in the last inning, makes that play look routine for the second out.
He ran a long way for this one, Gary. He's a player. Had it all the way.
So 2 out and nobody on. Now Malik Smith, who delivered a run with an opposite field double in the second, was hit by a pitch in the 4th. Smith, one of the players the Braves got in the deal when they sent Justin Upton to San Diego 2 winters ago. And bluffing at a bunt, which is always in play for Smith. Smith last year stole 56 bases in the minor leagues. 2 years ago, 88. So he can flat out fly. Jeff Francoeur on deck to pinch hit if Smith keeps the inning going. Smith hit .303 last year between Double-A and Triple-A.
Mississippi's their
Double-A.
Double-A team. He had .340 there in 57 games, Gary.
Slashes one foul.
206 at bats. Stole 57 bags, got caught 13 times.
Bastardo ahead of him 1-2. And he gets him with a fastball to end the inning. So another 1-2-3 for Bastardo. He just looks better and better. A couple of strikeouts for Antonio. And that sends us off to the 7th with the Mets up 5-2. Seventh inning, 5-2 New York, and the guys responsible for all 5 standing at the plate. Curtis Granderson with a pair of home runs tonight, a grand slam in the 2nd, a solo shot in the 4th.
3 and 4 on the year.
And Casey Kelly, working his 3rd inning of relief, gets a fastball over. Kelly's been a starting pitcher most of his career, so not surprising he can go extended distance out of the bullpen. Now he's behind on Granderson, 3-1. Perfect spot for Curtis to think about.
Why not?
A 3rd home run. He's had 1 3-home run game in his career in 2012. Takes this home run cut, but comes up empty. 3-2.
Came after him with a fastball.
And he pops it up. Adonis Garcia waiting for it to come down. And Granderson retired 1 away. Let's go back to the 2 home runs.
Well, they're almost identical pitches, both fat ones, and you got to take advantage of them. The one on the left is the grand slam. The first one up, out over the plate. The one on the right, the solo home run, a little more down the middle. Both right into the wheelhouse of Mr. Granderson, and well done.
Both were rockets hit to a similar spot in the seats in right field. David Wright 0 for 3 tonight. David's now 0 for his last 13. With 8 strikeouts over that 13 at bat span. Mets 5 runs and 6 hits. The Braves 2 runs and 7 hits. And David hits one deep to right field. Back goes Markakis. near the track. It's over his head. And Wright pulls in at second base with an opposite field double. So that snaps that 0 for 13 stretch for Wright. His 5th double of the year.
The deepest gap here at Turner Field, 390. This ball is ripped. So that's good to see from David. Ball out over the plate. Yes, sir. And down.
You hit the 2 home runs in Philadelphia in one game, both to right field, and he drives this ball to right for a 2-base hit. Now Michael Conforto, 1 for 3 today, but all 3 at bats he's hit the ball very hard. Single to center, line to left, and had a hot shot to second. Right at second and 1 out, and Conforto takes high. Kelly allowed just 1 hit over his first 2 innings out of the bullpen. He falls behind Conforto 2-0 with Cespedes on deck.
He likes his changeup, Kelly. He is a control pitcher, not overpowering.
And Conforto rockets one to center field. Back goes Mallex Smith. And just shy of the warning track, he gets there for the second out. 4 at bats for Conforto, and he's hit the ball hard 4 times.
He has. Sometimes this game is not fair. That is a 1 for 4 in the paper tomorrow, and it could have been a 4 for 4. But the bright side is, Gary, you could have a 1 for 4 and a blooper and 4 bad at bats. So you can salvage something out of that and go, well, I can't guide it once it leaves my bat.
At least it's got his exit velocity.
Very important.
Here's Cespedes, is 0 for 3, but has made his impact in the field, particularly his throw to the plate that cut down Markakis to end the 5th. This could have been a very different game had that play not been made. First of all, Matt Harvey probably wouldn't have gotten through 5 innings. And the Braves would have been in position in that 5th to tie or take the lead. But Cespedes made a great on-the-fly throw from center field to home plate. There's your Mets box score, brought to you by Affinity Health Plan.
And you can tell right there at the top of the order, that's where all the damage has been done. What a night for Curtis Granderson.
Came into the night with 2 home runs and 3 RBIs for the year. He's got 2 home runs and 5 RBIs tonight. 5 RBIs, tie his career high. 1-1 to Cespedes. Breaking ball fouled off. 1-2. The Nats have won their game. They beat the Twins tonight 8-4. Washington now 12-4 to start the season.
3.5 game lead over the Mets. It's so early to even look at the standings, but you want to keep pace.
I just think that after last year and the doldrums that the Nats never got themselves out of, that they are going to be a major force to be reckoned with. That's driven to deep left field. Back goes Kelly Johnson. It's over his head and off the wall. Wright comes in to score. Cespedes going to have to race to get to second, and he arrives there safely. He really turned on the jets to make sure he got 2 bases out of that. So Cespedes with an RBI double, and the Mets add a run. It's now 6-2. Did he jam his foot sliding into the bag? No, he's a little shaken up.
There's a hanger right there, and he just thought it might have been out, but it was a kind of a what you call a humpback line drive. And I think you're going to see Lagares come in. He looks like he's all right. Maybe.
Well, he's got the trainer and the manager out there right now making sure he's okay. Looked like he might have turned something as he got to the bag. You see him.
I think maybe his knee. Got his hand on his knee. Watch the impact with his front leg. Maybe a hyperextension. Let's just hope it.
Well, that's what happens when you go slow from home to first, and you have to make up ground because you're You know, you don't want to look bad after assuming it was a home run, and he had to go full speed first to second.
I'm not sure. You see his right hand came up on his upper hip area. Watch his right hand. Right there.
He's going to stay in the game.
I tell you one thing, Cespedes wants to play. Oh, I don't see why you'd want to keep him in the game.
Well, that is the 7th straight game with an extra base hit for Cespedes. This one drives in a run, but could have been costly. Maybe it's the right leg. When he pulled the right leg out of there, it looked like he came out awkwardly. Show that one more time. He led with the left leg, tucked the right leg under, and as the right leg came out, it looked like it was a little bit awkward. So he pulled it out and planted it, and then he grabbed that right thigh. Dudas smacks one hard, but right at Garcia. And that retires the side, but doubles for Wright and Cespedes combined to bring home a run. We'll see whether Cespedes stays in to play the field. A little bit of an awkward slide, but Cespedes keeps producing the extra base hit. Stretch time, 6-2 New York. Draft approaches. Get the latest prospect reports, player spotlights, and up-to-the-minute Jets news on the Jets blog, part of the SNY.TV blog network. Well, Yoenis Cespedes is going to stay in the game. It could just be that on that slide he might have exacerbated the bruise that he suffered when he went on the stands last week.
Right, and the bruise was on his thigh area, so hopefully that's it. I gotta believe with the score 6-2 in the 7th that if it was anything else, a twist or a tweak, they would have had him out here.
Drew Stubbs will pinch hit for the Braves, leading off in the home 7th against Antonio Bastardo. Bastardo worked 2 innings in his last outing on Wednesday and being asked to start a 2nd inning tonight. See Cespedes still gingerly touching that area just below his right hip. And I think you're right. I think that is the area where he had the bruise after he went in the stands at Citi Field. It's a week ago now. That last game at home, 9 days ago. but it was a significant bruise. 1-2 to Stubbs. Drew Stubbs, the former first-round draft pick of the Reds, who's never quite been able to make enough contact to live up to his potential. He's got the power, he's got the speed, but he struck out as many as 205 times in one season while he was in Cincinnati. And he's bounced around since: Cleveland, Colorado, Texas, and now Atlanta.
It's a lot of talent. Can fly, a good defender, but you know, you can't steal first base.
2-2 from Bastardo. Checks his swing, and he stopped it in time. Full count. Nick Markakis on deck, then Daniel Castro for the Braves in the home seventh. Braves got both their runs in the second against Matt Harvey when they put together 4 hits. Matt went 5, allowed 2 runs, 7 hits, and Bastardo worked a 1-2-3 sixth. Now starting the seventh with a 3-2 count on Stubbs. Struck him out. 3 strikeouts and 4 batters for Antonio Bastardo.
Well, he just continues to do the job. And I tell you what, in spring training, I was concerned about Antonio because he didn't have the velocity. So a lot of times with veterans, they work themselves into shape at their own pace. And
Jim Henderson, Jerry Blevins both getting ready in the Mets bullpen. Nick Markakis, the batter, 0 for 2 in a walk. Struck out his first 2 at bats. And then in the fifth, he was on second base with 2 out. A.J. Pierzynski singled to center. And Markakis figured to be able to score 2 out, get a good jump. But nope, Cespedes threw him out at the plate to keep the Mets up by 3. Mentioned Bastardo's numbers against Freddie Freeman, who has never had a hit against Antonio. Markakis 1 for 4 against him. Just away, 1-2. Playing with 3 umpires tonight. Back in the second inning, home plate umpire Jeff Kello took a foul ball off the mask, had to leave. Alan Porter moved behind the plate. Rocket to center. Cespedes back, and he grabs it. There's a bullet off the bat of Markakis for the second out. Let's answer our Verizon trivia question for tonight. I guess we should ask it before we answer it.
that would help.
The Reds were no hit by Jake Arrieta, first time in over 7,100 games. Which team now holds the longest current streak of games without a hit? Games with a hit. In other words, who's the team that's gone the longest without being no hit? Now that the Reds are no longer in that position. And if you read the game stories from the games yesterday, then you would know the answer to that, which I'm sure many of our viewers did. Daniel Castro is 0 for 3. Grounded out, struck out, popped up. It's not the Mets, who were no hit twice last year by Chris Heston and Max Scherzer. Jason Grilli, the erstwhile closer of the Braves, is up along with Chris Withrow. Nice to see Grilli just back pitching after that Achilles blowout last year. What? 0-2 to Castro. He certainly does not look comfortable. Fouled off the right side. Duda over near the tarp, but that's back in the crowd. So Bastardo was able to give Terry Collins 2 innings on Wednesday night through 27 pitches in that outing, and here he is trying to get through a second inning 2 days later. 27 pitches under his belt tonight. Freddie Freeman would be next. Castro takes low. 1-2. One-two from Bastardo, and he reaches for it off the mound. Bastardo, the wheel and fire too late, and Castro has an infield hit. Swinging bunt for Daniel Castro.
Just not really enough urgency there. Just too quick.
Well, what that means is that Antonio Bastardo gets to face Freddie Freeman after all. We were wondering when he came in the game in the 6th. But it turns out after he retired 5 in a row, gives up the infield hit to Castro, he gets to face Freeman. He has certainly been Freeman's nemesis over the years. 0 for 19. I'm assuming you never had a pitcher you were 0 for 19 against.
Gosh, Gare. I don't know. Those things you kind of forget about. You don't want to remember.
I bet you Freeman knows.
Something's wrong with Freddie. There's just a lot of swing and misses. I can see the frustration on his face.
0 for 3 tonight. Its average has shrunk to 154. He rockets this one to right field, and he's finally got a hit off Bastardo. How about that? Castro will go first to third. So it took him to his 20th at bat against Antonio Bastardo, and Freeman able to notch a hit, and he hit it hard.
Down the middle. You see Garneau's glove come over the middle right into the wheelhouse of Freddie. You don't want to get him started. He can get started after the Mets leave.
That's going to be all for Bastardo. Terry Collins tried to nurse Bastardo through a second inning, couldn't quite get there, so he'll go to Jim Henderson to try and get Adonis Garcia out. Call to the bullpen brought to you by Verizon. 6-2 Mets in the 7th. We'll be right back. Well, this was a week ago Wednesday when Yoenis Cespedes made this effort to get this foul pop-up at Citi Field.
That's
Ran
an
over
effort.
that patron and suffered a rather large bruise on his right leg when he hit the seats. And after making a slide into second base, it would certainly appear as though he has aggravated that bruise. He's been messing with that right leg ever since he made the slide. But staying in the game, Jim Henderson will come on to face Adonis Garcia with first and third and 2 out.
This will be the 4th appearance on this road trip for Jim Henderson, and actually 3rd game in a row with the off day in between. And he's been good so far.
Worked a scoreless 10th inning on Wednesday against the Phillies. Garcia 2 for 3 tonight, and he lines one base hit. That'll bring in a run. Castro is in to score, and it's now 6-3 New York. And the Braves will get the tying run to the plate in the 7th inning. So Adonis Garcia is 3 for 4.
Pitch up, goes right with it the other way.
And that'll be the only batter that Henderson faces. Jerry Blevins will come in to face A.J. Pierzynski, who's already got 3 hits tonight. Henderson out, Blevins in. We'll be right back. Telecast will be Monday night when the Mets get home to play the Cincinnati Reds. That's Noah Syndergaard's next start. Coverage begins Monday night at 6 o'clock right here on SNY. Let's answer our Verizon trivia question. The team that's gone the longest without being no-hit is your Oakland Athletics, I believe.
Okay, you'd be correct.
Well, Jerry Blevins is going to come into a tight spot, tying run at the plate in a 6-3 game to face A.J. Pierzynski, who has 3 hits tonight and is now just 1 hit shy of 2,000 for his major league career. So number 39 faces the 39-year-old Pierzynski in a big spot. Braves continue to get hits with runners in scoring position. They're the best in baseball at that. What they have not been doing is hitting home runs. Smothered by d'Arnaud, ball 1. Braves are 4 for 8 with runners in scoring position tonight. They've done 10-plus games now without a home run.
They're also haven't been scoring a lot of runs either, Gary. They're 54, coming now 56. They came into the game 14th, next to last in runs scored.
It's crazy, right?
Yep.
Freeman at second, Garcia at first with 2 out. And Blevins missing badly with his first 2 curveballs, falls behind 2-0. Jeff Francoeur has come out on deck to pinch hit for Kelly Johnson with a lefty in the game. If Pierzynski can keep the inning going, it started with 2 out and nobody on. But then Castro a swinging bunt, Freeman a base hit against Bastardo, and then Garcia the hit against Henderson to bring in a run. And the fastball in for a strike, 2-1. Pierzynski at 1,999 hits for a guy who was drafted 22 years ago by the Minnesota Twins. Two 2-1 from Blevins. Fouled it back. 2-2. Wind is kicked up. A little thunder in the area.
It's blowing directly in too from center field. It went flying above that scoreboard.
Addison Reed up in the bullpen, hoping that he won't have to come in till the 8th. Blevins being asked to get one big out. 2 out, 2 on, 2-2 to Pierzynski.
Curveball got him. Strike 3.
Blevins comes back from 2-0 to get Pierzynski and keep the Mets up by 3. One big out for Blevins. 6-3 New York going to the 8th. Mets baseball on SNY is brought to you by Geico, the #1 insurer in the New York market, by the new JetBlue card, and by GMC. See the pros at your Tri-State GMC dealer. GMC, we are professional grade. We go to the 8th inning. Mets up 6-3. Wind really starting to pick up as there's some storm clouds in the area. A little thunder and lightning in the distance. And it is good to see the former Seton Hall Pirate Jason Grilli on the mound. One of the fans has decided they want to interrupt the proceedings, and he just got tackled by security, and that'll put a delay in things. But there's Grilli, and it's just nice to see Jason back on a mound after blowing out his Achilles last year He had the surgery to repair the tendon, and at age 39, he's back on the mound.
Well, he had the big year, remember, Gary, for those Pittsburgh Pirates back in 2013, where he had 33 saves and he missed. He had the forearm strain and missed from July, a little bit to the end of August due to that forearm strain.
So waiting while security takes the interloper off. He won't be going to a ball game anytime soon.
He's not going home tonight either.
Don't know what makes people think that's a good idea.
That's called excessive imbibing.
Yeah, that'll do it. So Neil Walker will lead off for the Mets in the 8th inning. Mets 6 runs and 8 hits. The Braves 3 runs and 10 hits. And they finally get the guy out and gate closed, and I think we can play baseball again.
It was a well done job by security.
Oh, they nailed him immediately. He didn't get very far. So Grilli comes on after Casey Kelly went 3 innings in relief, allowed 1 run, 3 hits. Neil Walker 1 for 3 tonight. And takes the first pitch strike from Grilli. Jason has been all over in his big league career. He's played for 8 different teams, starting with the Marlins back in 2000. And 16 years later, he's still going. Didn't become a closer till late in his career, and the first time he got to close, he was an all-star in Pittsburgh, where he was Neil Walker's teammate. Walker flies one out to center through the lightning, and Malik Smith grabs it. A big lightning bolt just as that ball was struck by Walker. It was almost like the natural, except the ball didn't go quite as far.
Or like Thor,
Well,
mighty hammer.
He's not pitching till Monday.
Oh, okay.
We had rain earlier in the day in Atlanta. Apparently it's being a little stubborn. Here's Asdrubal Cabrera, who's 0 for 2 and a walk tonight. And a little bit of rain has just begun to fall. Some of the fans leaving their seats. Cabrera takes a breaking ball for a strike. Well, the Mets were able to get through that 7th inning with 3 pitchers, but only 1 run scored. Big out for Blevins getting Przinsky, and now they can set it up with Reed in the 8th and Familia in the 9th. Pulled toward the hole and a base hit for Cabrera. So as Asdrubal on base for the 2nd time. 1 for 3 on the night.
A little sinker. Good spot. Good hitting.
So 1 out and 1 on. Now Travis d'Arnaud. That guy came ready. Poncho all prepared. d'Arnaud tonight 0 for 2 and a walk. And now it's starting to rain a little harder, and more of the fans are heading for cover.
This game would have been over if the umpire didn't have to leave the game earlier. Home plate umpire Jeff Kellogg.
He unfortunately got hit in the mask by a foul ball. Knocked him out of the game. 1-0 to d'Arnaud, and Travis grounds a double play ball to short. Ibar to Castro and on to first. 6-4-3 double play ends the inning. So Grilli throws a 6-pitch inning. We go to the bottom of the 8th. 6-3 New York. After the top of the 8th inning, the rain started falling and falling hard, and the umpires decided it was time to stop the game with thunder and lightning in the area, and it looks like a good decision because it is pouring right now. And the grounds crew doing a very nice and quick job getting the field covered before that infield dirt can get too wet.
And it's going to pass quickly here. It's on the southern fringe of this little front coming through, and it's going to be hard rain, but it's moving quickly. And we should be resuming quick, so do not change this dial, folks.
Well, the double play that ended the top of the 8th inning could have been costly to the Mets. Watch us dribble Cabrera as he slides into second.
Right hand. Maybe a little jam.
Second painful slide for the Mets at second base in the last couple of innings. First Cespedes appearing to re-bruise his leg, and now Cabrera tweaking his hand or wrist. Looked like he was ready to stay in the game, though. The Mets actually took the field before they covered it. But we've got a rain delay now. And so we're going to hang out here. We'll be back when the game restarts. After this commercial break, it's Geico Sports Night with Justine Ward. Thanks very much. We're in the bottom of the 8th inning, and we're about set to resume after a rain delay that was just about an hour. Rain fell very heavily for a while, but the grounds crew did a great job, got the field back in shape. Juan Lagares comes in to replace Yoenis Cespedes in center field, and Addison Reed will pitch. Kelly Johnson steps in, and we are back underway as Johnson takes ball 1. Rain delay was 56 minutes. Reed replacing Jerry Blevins, who had taken the mound for the bottom of the 8th before the rain delay. But with Blevins, who finished off the 7th, forced to sit around for an hour, Terry Collins changes up and brings in Reed. He also brings in Lagares. They double switch, with Cespedes coming out of the game after the Mets confirmed that he re-aggravated that bruise on his right leg on a slide at second base. Hi, Keith.
Hi.
Welcome back.
Okay, I'm all popcorned out.
Well, you got to go with what you got.
There was nothing in the press room.
2-2 to Johnson, who's 1 for 3 on the night, singled and a run back in the second. Mets got a second inning grand slam from Curtis Granderson. Braves got a couple off Matt Harvey in that second inning. Harvey was not particularly sharp, but got through 5 innings, allowed 2 runs and 7 hits, and is in line for the win. Antonio Bastardo, Jim Henderson, Jerry Blevins, and now Addison Reed backing him up. Granderson responsible for the first 5 runs with a pair of home runs. Johnson hits one down the left field line, foul. Still 2-2. Well, the Braves played an extra inning game here yesterday. Mets played an extra inning game in their last game on Wednesday. And now we've got a game that started at a relatively late hour. 7:35 starts here on Friday. And now an hour rain delay to boot. Cabrera in front of Johnson's ground ball. Stretched by Duda. Did he stay on? He did not. And safe at first is Kelly Johnson. So Cabrera, who has been so consistent with all of his throws, that time got rid of it quickly and commits a throwing error.
He threw it sidearm there, and that was his problem. And it did take Duda off the bag.
That is only the Mets' 5th error in their first 15 games, and the first as a Met for Asdrubal Cabrera. So it gives the Braves a leadoff base runner in the bottom of the 8th, with Mallex Smith coming up. Excuse me, Eric Ibar coming up, Smith behind him. My scorecard got wet.
Did it? Mine didn't. I put mine away right away.
The rain comes in this booth readily when the wind blows in.
Well, it rained so darn hard here.
Our crack crew here was trying their best to.
They did a great job,
put
by
up
the
a
way.
tarp to shield the booth from the rain, but they really had to wrestle the bear there. Ibar is 0 for 3 tonight. Flied out twice and grounded out. And fouls off the fastball, 0-2. So what's happened while we were gone? The White Sox turned a triple play.
Yes, a very odd triple play.
The bases loaded, liner to right, catch the guy off first after a few dance steps, and then tag the guy out between third and home. Kind of double play, triple play.
But the rundown was strike 3 right there in the outside corner. They got a rundown with a runner on second and third. It came off, so they threw and got behind the runner at second and ran him off the runner at third, and then the rundown was between home and third base. On the corner, a backdoor slide ball. Very nice.
So there's the first down in the bottom of the 8th. And now Mallex Smith, who's 1 for 2 and a hit by pitch and a double to drive in a run. Jeff Francoeur, for the 3rd time tonight, is out on deck to pinch hit. This time he might actually get to the plate. Here's Frenchie, who got run into by Mallex Smith yesterday in the outfield. And, you know, Frenchie probably outweighs Mallex Smith by, what, 50 pounds? And Francoeur got by far the worst of it. There's a nasty slider by Reed. 1-1 to Smith.
Slider out of the strike zone, and right now this young man Mallex Smith, who's highly touted, is a youngster and looks a little bit overmatched.
Thinking about trying to bunt his way on. 2-1.
Well, only the faithful are left here at this ballpark. A smattering.
The diehards. The rain-soaked diehards. High fastball from Reed to get even 2-2. Now let's see. The Nats won their game earlier. Miami's playing in San Francisco. That's Barry Bonds' return to AT&T Park.
You got a standing ovation, I understand.
Giants are up 3-1 in the fourth there. And Smith goes down on strikes. Back-to-back strikeouts for Addison Reed. 2 men down.
Another slider. Don't have to throw this kid a strike.
So now Jeff Francoeur makes his way to the plate. Frenchie making his return to Atlanta this year after a pretty good season in Philadelphia last year, where he played a lot more than he expected. And first pitch swinging. What else?
Of course.
To do? Grounds went to Cabrera, whose throw is true this time, and that retires the side. Hitless inning for Addison Reed sends us to the ninth. Mets up 6-3. Well, the moon is beautiful.
Yeah, it's a pinkish tint.
It's lovely camera work by our group. See the clouds going across the face of the moon. Well, Eric O'Flaherty, who was briefly a Met last year, now facing the Mets in the top of the ninth. Juan Lagares up for the first time, takes a strike. Lagares came in to replace Cespedes in center field. Cespedes slid into second base in the 7th inning and clearly re-injured his leg, and Lagares promptly shoots a base hit to right field. And so Juan's excellent performance against lefties continues.
I'll say Juan now 4 for 9 on the year against left-handers.
So the Mets bidding for some add-on runs in the 9th inning, get the leadoff man on, and another chance for Curtis Granderson, who has been the story tonight. 3 hits, including a pair of home runs, a grand slam in the 2nd, a solo shot in the 4th. 19th time in his career he's hit 2 or more home runs in a game. Only once has he hit 3. That was back in 2012, and he's got another shot at it here in the ninth. Punch toward the shortstop. Ibar snags it, and that's the first out.
Well, there's Curtis's night. First inning. Excuse me. Second inning. Grand slam. Fourth inning. 2 bombs. Solo shot. 5 runs accounted for. Nice night for Granderson, who came into the game hitting .175. What a breakout night.
Now David Wright, who snapped an 0 for 13 stretch with a long double to right his last time up. David 1 for 4 on the night. Michael Conforto on deck. Jeurys Familia getting ready in the Mets bullpen for a save chance. That would disappear if the Mets score another run. O'Flaherty misses away. Mets got Eric O'Flaherty early August last year to try to shore up the left side of their bullpen. It didn't work. He just had a dreadful time of it. He wound up pitching in 16 games for the Mets, 8 2/3 innings, 18 hits allowed, and wound up being left off the postseason roster, not surprisingly. The Pirates had him in spring training this year. The Braves purchased his contract late in the spring, and here he is back in Atlanta, where he previously spent a very productive tenure earlier in his career. Behind 3-0 now on right. Remember when they had O'Flaherty and Johnny Venters teaming from the left side?
O'Flaherty had that really great year in 2011. ERA below 2 in 64 appearances.
4-pitch walk to David Wright, and the Mets have 2 men on. And things haven't gone much better for O'Flaherty so far this year than they did last year. So his time with the Braves could be waning without a good performance tonight. He'll get another left-hand hitter to face here in Michael Conforto. Conforto has hit the ball hard 4 times in a row tonight, has just 1 hit to show for it. Michael singled to center in the first, lined out to left in the second, hit a hard ground ball to second base in the 5th, and drove one deep to center that was caught in the 7th. Lagares at second, Wright at first with 1 out, and that stroke toward the shortstop. Ibar snags it, throw back to second, and Lagares gets doubled off to end the inning. Lagares wasn't sure where to go, and he gets doubled up. It's a 6-4 double play to end the top of the 9th. Save opportunity intact thus for Jeurys Familia as the Braves turn their second double play in the last 2 innings. Whoops. by Tri-Honda. Hurry to your local Tri-Honda dealer for great deals on the 2016 models. By Affinity Health Plan, serving the healthcare needs of New Yorkers for more than 30 years. By Time Warner Cable, enjoy all the things you love better with Time Warner Cable. Call 1-855-WANT-TWC today. By Citi, preferred card of the New York Mets. And by Jeep, now celebrating its 75th anniversary. We go to the bottom of the ninth in Atlanta. First meeting of the year between the Mets and Braves. Mets with a 6-3 lead, and Jeurys Familia will get the save chance.
Well, Jeurys has been a little erratic, even though his numbers are sparkling. He hasn't really, I feel, hasn't really found his rhythm yet, but still look at his numbers. He's perfect in the save department.
Hasn't pitched since Monday when he gave up a run in Philadelphia when he came in with a 4-run lead. First pitch swinging. Nick Markakis behind the back. Cabrera spinorama. One pitch, one out.
Nice play. Cabrera just continues to pick it out there. He's doing a heck of a job at shortstop. He can play a little bit.
One bad throw in the last inning has made 2 perfectly executed plays since. 1 out in the ninth, and now Daniel Castro. Castro 1 for 4, had a swinging bunt single in the 7th inning. Familia, who tied a club record with 43 saves last year, bidding for his 4th of this season. Throws one up and in that got Castro's attention. You know how you can tell Jeurys a little off? 7 innings, 10 hits. That's not him.
And he's, you know what, another thing too, he's spiked a lot of balls in front of home plate. It just hasn't really found his groove yet.
Well, other than Noah Syndergaard, you can make the case that there's just been a little bit of a hangover for these young, talented Met pitchers coming off the elongated season last year.
Hi, Daniel.
2-0 to Castro with Freddie Freeman waiting on deck. Mets 6 runs, 10 hits. Braves 3 runs, 10 hits. And now Familia behind 3-0.
It's just what I'm saying right here. You got a 3-run lead and you're 3-0. It's not Jeurys can pump in the strikes. He's just having a hard time.
And ball 4. So a 4-pitch walk to Castro. The last thing you would have expected from Familia in that spot. And now Freeman will come up with the man on.
This game's not over.
Not by a long shot. The Mets should know about Familia on the mound in games that appear to be over, affected by rain. Just remember last July 30th, game against San Diego. Game was over, and then it wasn't. Freeman is 1 for 4, had a base hit against Antonio Bastardo, his personal nemesis in the 7th inning. He'd been 0 for 19 against Bastardo. Braves need 1 more base runner to get the tying run of the plate. Adonis Garcia on deck. And Freeman takes a fastball inside at 97, ball 1.
He's throwing hard right there. That was some mustard on that one.
Freeman with good numbers against Familia, 5 for 10 with a couple of home runs. Mets have David Wright shifted over to the right side of the infield, playing between Duda and Cabrera, and that's 6 straight out of the strike zone for Familia, and all of a sudden trouble is brewing. Garcia, who already has 3 hits tonight on deck, and behind him Pierzynski, who also has 3 hits tonight. The select few fans who have remained are chopping. And Freeman swinging 2-0. I don't know about that. Down by 3 runs.
You're trying to get your big guy going. That's my feeling.
Yeah,
you know, you're a team that's not going anywhere.
I understand what you're saying.
You know, that's the only explanation I can think of.
Now it's 2-1 to Freeman. The runner goes, and Freeman fouls back another fastball. Castro, who was being given the stolen base, will go back. And now it's 2-2 to Freeman. Well, Freeman swinging on 2-0 certainly got Familia back in the groove. Freeman looking like a shadow of his usual self so far this year.
Swinging and missing and fouling back a lot of pitches.
Hitting just 170 on the season with his 1 for 4 tonight. 2-2 coming. Struck him out. Familia blows away Freeman. 2 men down.
Just overpowered him inside there, Gary, the fastball. Darno set up in, right to the glove. You see him alter his swing. You got completely tied up inside.
That's 12 strikeouts for Met pitching tonight, 7 of them from the bullpen, after Matt Harvey struck out 5 in 5 innings. And now the Braves down to their final out, and Adonis Garcia, who's gone 3 for 4, 3 singles, a run batted in. He scored a run as well. And Garcia, first pitch swinging, chops one down to Duda. Familia covers, and the ball game is over. Familia comes on to register the save on a night that belonged to Curtis Granderson. Grandy with 2 home runs, including his first grand slam as a Met. That got Matt Harvey his first victory of the year as the Mets take the opener in Atlanta 6-3.
Well, Granderson with a big bust-out night. 2 home runs, a grand slam in the second, made it 4-0 Mets early, then a solo shot in the 4th for the 5th run. Also, Harvey gets the win, gets off the snide. He was 0-3 coming in and gets his first victory of the year. It wasn't a sterling and sparkling performance, but he'll take it nonetheless. And the Mets now with their 5th win on this road trip ensure themselves of a winning road trip.
5-2 on the trip with 2 more to play. Game summary presented by Jeep. Granderson, his 19th career multiple home run game, his 6th career grand slam. That was plenty for the Mets tonight, as the Mets got 4 good innings out of the bullpen. Familia the save as Harvey gets his first victory of the season. For every Mets win, the Mets organization is proud to contribute $2,500 to Northwell Health and the Cass Institute for Women's Health. For more information, visit northwellhealth.com/KIWH. This win brings the total contribution so far this season to $20,000. Final score tonight, the Mets 6 and the Braves 3. Game 2 of the series will be on Pix 11 tomorrow night. Steven Matz goes for the Mets. Jaleese Chacin for the Braves. Coverage begins on Pix 11 at 6:30. Our next SNY telecast will be Monday night when the Mets return home to play the Reds with Noah Syndergaard on the mound. Now for Keith Hernandez, Steve Gelbs, and the entire crew, I'm Gary Cohen in Atlanta. Now it's time for WB Mason Post Game Live.